into this exit.
Oh,
man. Oh, MEZEXIS.
Jay's the last one alive. Jay in the grass, trying to get that spray down, but Rin.
Kindness actually now the last one alive. It's a 1v1. Some huge damage on either side. Kindness only at 1 HP. Stepping inside the zone. That's not going to be good, but luckily.
Offside, but I think Na'Vi has dealt with this one very, very cleanly. Look at these great shots from GK.
Do get quite a few of those points. One of them did get stolen though from INTZ. Nice nade there though. QZ mentioned it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2, day 2 of the PMPL NA Spring Split 2023. A lot of stuff happened yesterday. A lot of statements were sent. But before we get into all that, my name is Ascent Worlds Gaming. I'm glad to be your host, and I'm not going to be doing this by myself today. I got none other than the amazing Cameron Davis. Cameron, how are you doing?
Doing absolutely great. Glad to be here. Glad to see YKG and Hyper continue to dominate this entire region.
Yeah, because they are dominating. They definitely been drinking that Monster Energy. By the way, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Cameron, I'm loving the shirt. I just need to take a second to say that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're looking
good. Old Banana Republic, baby.
We're looking good, Robert Graham over here. Nonetheless, though, I feel like we definitely need to just dive into the overall and talk about that because you mentioned it, I mentioned it. 2 teams at the top sending out statements, continue on and improving on their performances from last week. But there is one team that we were all were hoping that they were going to show up, and they finally did, and that's going to be Execute. Execute is actually in 3rd place with 45 points.
3rd place of this week. They still have a bit to climb from the previous week where they're sitting around 7th, 8th overall. So this is going to put them probably closer to 6th on the the overall. But nonetheless, this is still a very, very good start for a team that we had, as you mentioned, high hopes for for this entire season. Didn't really show up week 1. Hopefully they continue on this track and start to trade blows even more with the 2 top dogs.
Yeah, and another team that we're going to be looking down is the Panthers, a team that kind of execute, but not up to that level, right? But the Panthers is one team that I was actually hoping they would start doing good, and they are currently doing good here in 5th place. 27 points, those 6 eliminations, and I'm going to be going down a little bit more because there's 2 teams that are surprising me in a big way, and that is going to be Skills of Mine and Super Lazy Reflex, especially Super Lazy Reflex because last week, if I'm not mistaken, they never really left the 20th or 19th spot, so it's good to see that this team came in ready for week number 2.
Yeah, Skills of Mine as well, and even the Panthers. In fact, every single team on this list outside of 1st and 2nd place, and I think Phoenix as well, but really weren't that high up on the week 1 leaderboard. So whether this is those bottom teams really showing up or the more mid-pack teams like the Chosen, like Dope Slayers, like MEZEXIS currently in 15th, did they just stumble very, very poorly yesterday?
Yeah, we'll wait and see what's going to happen today. PUPPETEER, though, a team that I've been quite behind since last week when they were the allergic team to placement points. Well, guess what? They are not as allergic this week as they were able to clutch up at least 2 points. 2 points. Come on. That's a great improvement from this team. But for some reason, you missed it last week after day 1. They only had 1 placement point, although they did have a lot more eliminations. So we'll see what kind of PUPPETEER we are going to be getting today. I can't wait to see if they're going to be the aggressive PUPPETEER again or if they're going to be trying to set themselves up. I think they are still trying to find the happy medium, and as we keep going down, a couple teams that do surprise me where they're currently plays has to be WALLSTREETBETS and MEZEXIS. I feel like these 2 teams, after what we saw last week, especially with MEZEXIS, I thought we were going to see them at least top 7.
Yeah, and Golden Eagles. Listen, we've only had this is the results from 1 day of play. There were 5 days a week, so we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but this is a worrying sign that these teams that are sort of trying to be in that pack to have a good collection of bonus points come the grand finals, because again, I am going to assume that these teams will maintain themselves at least top 16 despite yesterday's performances. But the problem is, they want to have the most bonus points as possible, especially because if we still continue to see Hyper and YKG at the top spot every single week, the gap in bonus points is going to be so stupid that you might as well just let them battle out themselves in the finals.
Yeah, and I feel like during the weekend, especially for week 1, we were talking about with Jason how there was different groups of teams. There was teams at the top that were fighting for first place, second place, fighting for those big bonus points. And then there was teams that were fighting just to barely get into top 16 and actually make it to the finals. I feel like we're starting to see a bigger gap between those groups. And I'm hoping today some of these teams are going to be narrowing it down. But a team that did amazing yesterday is none other than NA Hyper. So I want to take a look at their player stats because I want to see who's currently fragging out. And it's actually Kindness. Well, in regards to damage, but Ren, for being the IGL 3.75 average elims, that's impressive.
I mean, 3.75 and 3.5 is close enough that I'm just going to keep those two combined. And the damage and Nox is looking really good across the board. It's the other two members that their numbers are actually shockingly low compared to what their peers are able to do. I thought Hyper would have a lot more of a consistent performance across the board, but which is, I believe, if you know, I might be wrong about this one, but I believe that was the case at the start of this season. But at the moment, it really is Kindness and Ren, as you said, that are taking the lead. And that's perfectly fine. If it works for them, it works for them, right? If you have a star player and you want to just play a more supporting role and back them up, it works. It delivers. You know, it always leaves the problem of what if, like, Kindness and Ren together have, like, a bad day or a bad round. You want to have someone that can step up. And I believe that this team is full of players that can do that. But it is something to keep an eye on and be aware of what your win condition is as a squad.
Yeah, but the way we are in no way, shape, or form in Hyper wishing Kindness to start throwing today. Okay, we totally didn't say that. Cameron didn't say that either.
I didn't. YKG might be saying that.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be hoping for that. We'll talk about YKG in a little bit, but before we go to that one, in the first match, we actually saw one of Vigilantes, and it's a team that I feel like a lot of us got surprised by them. I want to see how they're currently been able to perform in comparison to what they were actually able to do last week, too. Because this team, I mean, for them to be currently up at the top in regards to the first match, that's impressive.
Yeah, and we're shocked that the numbers are basically the exact same. And so you might be wondering, you might be asking yourself, how did the numbers get them 10th in week 1, but the same numbers more or less giving them 6th so far in week 2?
Yep.
And it's because we keep talking about them, because we can't not. It's because YKG and Hyper, top of the leaderboard, are getting even more points so far this week, which means that they're leaving even fewer for everyone else to share amongst themselves. So, like, Wanted Vigilantes, they are staying the same. It is those other teams around them, like the Golden Eagles, like MEZEXIS, that are kind of dropping the ball and giving, I guess, those are the points that, because, you know, there's a limited number of points you can get in every round, right? So, like, it's those teams that are giving up those points to Hyper and YKG at the top to soak up. Wanted Vigilantes are doing a really good job of staying consistent and just sticking on their game, no matter how well the teams around them are performing.
Yeah, and for Wanted Vigilantes, something that I do want to point out, they did great last week in day 1, but I felt like it was in the middle. They didn't bring it up again to the numbers that we saw from day 1, week 1, until day 5, week 1. So you were talking about consistency. I actually want to see a little bit more consistency out of them. Yeah. And I think when that consistency, it needs to start today, especially because I don't want to see the exact same, a mirror effect of what they did in week 1 to what they're going to be doing here in week number 2. Now, another team that actually has surprised me because in week 1, this team ended in 3rd place. Okay, they ended in 3rd place overall after week 1, and that is none other than the Chosen. But so far this week, it's not quite there, and it's actually the placement points. We've got a chance to see that too. But something that I do want to point out here with the Chosen is An Ying is currently still performing for this team, and he also has a great body in him, which is none other than Gaji. So it's good to see that at least 2 players from the Chosen are currently performing. What I do hope out of the Chosen, Cameron, is that they start positioning themselves towards the end of the game, because they have shown it over and over again. If they can put themselves in a top 5 situation, they can be that team that can get a win.
The problem is that I'm looking at the damage and the elimination numbers here, and they're actually really bad efficiency of damage to elimination. So they're getting into the fights, but just looking at the numbers, they're not winning them in the same way, in the same consistency as they were previously. And that might be why we're not seeing them in the top 5 as much, if at all, anymore. So, you know, sometimes as a team, you just have an off day, just got to recover and go forward again. The fact that they're still putting out good, solid numbers on average across all 4 of them gives me confidence that week 1 wasn't a fluke, that it was actually yesterday that was the fluke in their performance. But it is something that they need to be aware of. Because, I mean, look at those knocks, but they can't transition them to the eliminations as well.
Yeah, when you're almost having one more knock than Ilum, especially for Anying, I'm pretty sure he's currently kicking himself and saying, oh, I wish I could start converting on those. And I'm pretty sure more than likely today is going to be the day that he's hopefully going to start converting on those. We've been hinting at it, the 2 teams, YKG and Hyper. I mean, they've just been dominating. And I think a lot of people were wondering, are they going to continue on the dominance going into week 2? Guess what? They are. And what's scary to me is that they are currently improving. I was looking at some of their stats from last week. I mean, and Hyper improved in regards to their eliminations in a big way. And then on top of that, they improved on the placement points as well as YKG.
Yeah, this is the average damage across the board. We showed this yesterday. We're showing it again. Just a little bit of a check-in. The numbers are staying a little bit, but yeah, as you said, YKG finally getting advantage over on damage. If you remember yesterday, and Hyper had the advantage on every single stat, which meant that YKG, it's just they were able to get those wins, not just to the end game for the survival time, but the actual full-on chicken dinners for that 4-point placement jump, because that is what that lead was held on to by, was purely from placement points. Now they're really starting to also answer back in damage. And if you remember yesterday's games, and Hyper actually had more wins than YKG. So we're still not looking at either of these teams pulling ahead of the other. It's still going to be really back and forth. And I imagine it's going to be like that for the entire season and even into the grand finals.
I'm with you on that. I think it is going to continue to be like that. And some stats that I just want to throw out in there that I was talking about earlier. And Hyper last week, they won. They ended up with 24 eliminations. Yesterday, they ended up with 40 eliminations in just one day. That is absolutely ridiculous. And then YKG as well. Last week, they won. They ended up 26 eliminations. And this week, yesterday, 39 eliminations. So that's what I'm talking about. These 2 teams are stepping it up in a big way. And I guess that's why I was also happy to see Execute there in 3rd place and not in an 8th or 9th place that they were kind of getting used to last week, because Execute is also responding, right? We expected some teams, definitely, they're going to be blowing some of the other teams out of the water in regards to different groups of what they're currently playing for, right? Can Execute catch up to those 2 teams? I'm going to put you on the spot, Cameron. What do you think?
No. Are you kidding? That's so, it's like a 50-point lead of those 2 above everyone else. Execute are looking really good, but I think their goal should just be fighting for 3rd right now. It's going to have to be not only an amazing performance by any other team behind them, but just also a fall off by either or maybe even both YKG and Hyper for the conversation of 1st place, at least in the end of the regular season, to start to change from them. Come grand finals, even with the bonus points, the lead hopefully won't be as much there, and then you can really start to like win the whole season. Come the finals, win the regular season, it should just be like focus on getting 3rd, because like the numbers keep going up every single time we see them. They get even more numbers.
It's ridiculous.
YKG and Hyper.
It's absolutely ridiculous what those 2 teams are currently doing. And I'm actually hoping that it continues that way, because I'm now thinking of these 2 teams, what they're going to be doing hopefully in Americas. Yeah, I'm kind of putting them in that position already, because they have just showcased it so far. But please let us know, what do you guys think of Hyper? What do you think of YKG? What do you think of Execute? Can Execute actually have a chance of catching to them? If you guys do tweet at us, use Instagram or whatever it is they use, just make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. And for everybody watching on YouTube, I will be asking for your predictions throughout the matches. So keep an eye on that, because the first person that gets it right, more than likely you'll get a shout out here on this show. So make sure you keep an eye out on that too. And don't forget, on Instagram, you can get a chance at winning 600 UC. All you have to do is just leave a comment below for a chance to win. I'm really tempted to go leave a comment. Have you left a comment on that, Cameron?
It's the conflict of interest, baby. I'm letting the fans go what the fans want. I don't want any accusation of interaction between me. Yeah, all right, I'm avoiding drama.
Well, before we get accused, put your hands up quickly. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
exactly.
Code.
Exactly.
Code
exactly.
Right there. You know, get it before we get it. Oh, Hot Jukes, hands up. Oh, Mustache Dave too. Okay. We can't see Sute, but he's not here right now. But I'm pretty sure he's gonna be waiting very patiently with this phone. Just again, I'm ready. He was ready last week. So what else to win is he?
He's typing it in. You know he's typing it in.
I like. Oh, 7U. Okay, I'll try to remember that. There you go. Went away. I'll see if maybe I can get that for myself. I really want to get that Bugatti. recently out in the game. It looks freaking amazing. But yesterday we were playing a talent prediction. I think we actually got a couple right. I think I might have gotten actually one right. So let's look at what that talent prediction tally is currently looking like. Oh, 3, 2, 3. Hold on.
Okay. I just want everyone to understand. If I understand this correctly, this is over the course of the entire event. This is just yesterday.
This is, bro. We did amazing yesterday.
This is just yesterday. Okay, because day one, week one, day one, you were getting like none of them right. So that you got 3. This is a good turnaround. See, execute, you both on the come up.
I got a question. I got a question, and it's not gonna be for you, Cam. It's actually gonna be. Can you just, Mustache Dave? Do you have anything to say about those predictions after throwing so much shade to us? Was that a 0?
Baby. Let's go. All right, listen, fellas. Okay. Today, I'm going to pick Circle 5, Circle 6. I'll make my predictions.
There you go.
All right, and let's see how right I am. Because Jukes knows. Yesterday, Circle 2. My answer's in Circle 2, Juke. So I'm just saying. All right, you want to swap it up today?
Lying.
No problem, fellas.
He's not lying. He's telling the truth.
We're not picking Circle 2. You obviously can see what happens when you pick Circle 2. You end up with 0 points.
Yeah,
so.
you get none.
We'll be waiting for that Circle 5 when we get that nice reminder by Mihai telling us, hey, we need the picks right now, guys. Please let us know. But let's look at the schedules to see what maps in what order we're going to be playing today, because if I'm not mistaken, we're actually going to be starting off with Miramar, which is great. Group E is going to be sitting out. Keep in mind, the groups are going to be different. And I love that Sanhok is going to be that early. And I also love that we are going to be ending on an Erangel.
I would like to say that this gives Hyper an opportunity to like skip Vikendi and stay on their favorite maps, Erangel. But, you know, seeing how they're not purely an Erangel Miramar map that we feared looking at day one, week one, day one, it doesn't really matter. They're going to win on every map that they're on.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued to see how these teams that are going to be sitting out, Angry Amateurs, Men of 4, Dope Slayers, Golden Eagles, especially I'm looking at Golden Eagles. They get to sit out this match. They are going to be coming back when we get to the Mayhem on Sanhok. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to bounce back from that day that they had yesterday. Execute, please. Try to catch up, all right? I don't have you guys winning. I don't think I predicted you guys to be in first place. I think I ended up predicting in Hyper and then YKG. But please just, you know, keep trying. We don't want that gap to be too big. I am hearing the game is ready, so why not? Let's send it to Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. I can't wait to see what their predictions are going to be like this match.
Let's go, baby. You guys know who it is. It's Hot Jukes here with the legendary Mustache Dave. It is week 2, day 2. I'm feeling myself. I do think that when it comes to the prediction score, homie, I think you deserved at least half a point for betting on SLR. Okay, that was too close.
Yeah, think about it. SLR, nobody ever picks SLR. I made the pick. It was about, what, a 20-second difference between them either making top 3 or not. I agree, Jukes. Thanks for being on my side. That's at least a half a point.
100%, especially picking them, like you mentioned, Circle 2. You were picking Circle 2 all day long while we picked Circle 5. You know, last game, I think Cameron Davis and 7 may have picked, what was it? Sanhok. Sanhok. They picked about Circle 5.5. That's what I'm going to call it. That's what I'm going to call it here. Nah, but, man, I'm pumped for today's games. I think it's a good bounce back day for a lot of these squads. You know, hearing, of course, 7 and Cameron on the desk talking about how much of a lead we're seeing YKG and Hyper have. I think they're pretty much a lock for Americas at this point. I mean, anything can happen in the finals. That is for sure. Even with 40 bonus points, anything can happen. But the way these two teams have been playing compared to the rest of the lobby, they're gonna they have a big target on their back here.
Yeah. Let's get into it. Day number 2, match 1, week 2. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave on the track here today.
Let's go.
We're dropping it like it's hot, man. We are dropping it like it's hot. So 40 points heading into the finals, like you're mentioning, kind of tacking onto that point. Anything can happen. I definitely agree. But we talk about the excuse card all the time, Jukes, and not the team, but the actual card that these squads can play. Like a 40-point difference just coming into game 1, that's at least 3 excuse cards already in the pocket for the finals, though. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you're going to be looking kind of good because you do have those throwaway games. So I do really like this format, how if you do good all 3 weeks, you get rewarded in the finals. I absolutely love it.
I agree. I love this new system. I'm kind of happy that we went away with Super Weekends because we get to see all these teams play the entire time. I really love the brains over the operation at PUBGM Esports headquarters. You guys know who you are. This is a really great format. I am really enjoying it here. Plus, you know, it gives those teams that have been struggling, right, a lot more time to just get their game up here, Dave.
Yeah, definitely. So talking about getting that game up, starting on Miramar. It's going to be a little slow here early on, you know. It's gonna
Dude,
be
I'm not going to
slow.
lie. I don't know. I'm going to disagree. I think this
fast.
is my favorite map rotation of the entire tournament. Like, starting off with Miramar, it's mixing things up from Erangel. It's still spicy because it's such a large map. But then how it goes and proceeds with the rest of the map pool today, honestly, I think this is one of my favorite map rotations ever. Not going to lie.
I mean, if you're asking me, Sanhok, game 1.
True. But we get Sanhok, I believe, when we get Sanhok today in the middle, right? Or the end. I gotta double check. Here.
It's the veggies in the sandwich, you know,
Next
the
match.
veggies in the sandwich. Next match. So
Next match, Sanhok.
next
But I
match,
remember we
almost
did.
game number 1. Almost.
I remember last week we started off with Miramar and we ended with Sanhok. That's why I got confused for a second. And that was my favorite of all time because it was just mayhem, start all the way up until the end. But hey, you know what? Today we're gonna start off in the good old fashioned desert. I'm all over the place.
Yeah, the desert.
Today, because
Super dry.
It's week 2.
Yeah.
It's day 2.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about.
Yes, sir. Wall Street Bets looking to make game 1 the start of their evening. Hopefully, nice little squad wiperino on BOPE over here. Both teams should be aware of each other. Over here in Picado, they saw the parachutes. We already see them looking for some angles through the windows, you know, as they are doing their little early game looting strats here. Let me ask you, I mean, we talk about predictions. Who comes on top of this one, Hot Jukes, in your opinion? You got to call it now, though. You got to call it now. You can't wait 5 minutes.
Execute. Might as well. Give it to him.
No, I'm talking about between these two teams, man. What do you mean?
These two
Execute?
teams? I thut you were talking about at the end of the game. I was thinking from prediction in circle
man, in
1.
Picado.
In Picado, we got both. I don't think both these teams are going to fight it out, to be honest. We saw it before. We saw those teams kind of go at it early on. But I think this time they're just going to probably just share, play a little friendly, and then just live to fight another day here, Dave.
Living life, man. Living life. And talk about who is living life. Talking to Sheaf on here today from NHyper, the coach/manager. Interesting point. They told me when they look at the teams in the lobbies, NHyper and YKG are kind of cheesing the less experienced teams. And no disrespect. It's just the facts. You know what I'm saying? Both these teams have a lot of experience when it comes to the lobby and just their history in competitive PUBG Mobile. So they're kind of farming. But the difference between the two squads is NHyper, they're practicing their playstyle for the future, like for Worlds, for regionals, like the next lobbies. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, YKG, they're kind of just playing for this lobby, if that makes sense, with their aggressive playstyle. So
that's what Shifon thinks. Huh?
That's what Shifon thinks, yeah. And I love that mindset that they know they can steamroll this lobby if they wanted to, but instead they're focusing on the bigger picture. What are your opinions on that one, Jukes? Because that was interesting.
If what he's saying is true, I kind of like it. Because if that's how confident they are with how they're playing, you said you were talking to a player yesterday. I think, who was it? It was from
Couple.
Execute. You talked to a couple players.
Yeah,
One of the players you talked to
Jason
said that they were stealing some of NHyper strategies,
Yeah.
right? They were
Jason
keeping an
from
eye on them,
Execute.
right?
Jason from Execute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, I mean, it makes sense that NHyper would want to mix it up here, because if they are the best performing team, they are the team that is studied the hardest. We've seen this happen so many times in this type of tournament where every team looks at what you do constantly. So come finals time, everybody has your book in the back of your head. So I think it's good to kind of mix things up here to kind of just keep them guessing a little bit.
Yeah.
When it comes finals time. And but you know what? So far,
Keep them guessing.
No, SLR, first team out. No guesses here.
We need these spicy predictions. It's always like who's top 5, who's the best. I think picking who gets taken out first could be an interesting one. And no shade intended, of course. You know what I'm saying? But talking about TC, the desk, they were talking about it. I saw a Instagram post on the PEL Instagram, the PUBG Mobile out there, and they're already talking about balance changes for shotguns.
Oh,
dude, I was like,
baby.
no, balance changes. And you know they're always ahead of the curve, so it's definitely coming here soon. But the reason I bring this up is because I heard through the grapevine that Gaji is going to PEL next season.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ooh.
It's signed and sealed, my man. So yeah, I mean that could
like
explain
that.
the chemistry a little bit here this season. You know, Gaji just trying to pop off, look good, and you know, you already got that plane ticket for that next season in PEL. So very interesting.
Oof. Go make that PEL money while you can get it, baby. That's some big cheddar.
How does that
I wanna
impact
see
the team
Shifan.
though this season though, in your opinion?
You know, it's good. I mean, the fact that they're able to just play well here together and hopefully move on to the finals. I mean, we know what Shifan can do. Plus, I know what the man is doing behind the scenes when it comes to his org and content. So giving him a little bit of a breather, some time to study. We know he's got the gun skill. So, you know, regardless if Gaji's gone, I know Shifan's going to be able to fill his shoes and get it done for sure.
As we get a nice little glimpse, not a lot of action so far. SLR losing 3 really early on. Skills of Mind losing 1. But besides that, kind of chill, kind of calm, as teams already on that rotate, looking for that sweet spot here to call home in the early game of Miramar. We're going to be looking at the Panthers. We got MEZEXIS, a couple squads up here in the blue on that East Coast. Going to be wrapping down south. Nice little push from them here. But Hotrix, what's standing out to you, my man?
Everything's looking good so far. I mean, the southern plane paths in Miramar are the worst, in my opinion. I mean, the terrain down here is just disgusting. It's so hard to just get those vehicles through this kind of area. And it looks like we are going to get another Minas del Valle finish. We have seen this finish last week, Miramar, I believe.
Okay.
And I think it was in this rotation as well. So these teams should know what to do. They know what worked last time. I believe we saw YKG early on go onto the east side of the map. I wonder if that's what they're looking to do here again.
I look forward to it, honestly. I look forward to it. I love the position from Phoenix Esports NA. I just hope they group up sooner than later, because right now they're kind of split and there's going to be a lot of action and a lot of opponents looking to overtake them on that high ground position in those mountains. You know, that's a power position if I've ever seen one. A lot of oversight over there. I already see Skills of Mind trying to push the envelope just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be holding it down for the time being. This circle, though, I mean, it is extremely small. 15 teams still active. It looks like SLR did get taken out. They're solo dolo. Was spotted in the and tagged and bagged here. Jukes.
That's gotta hurt. Yeah, SLR just can't seem to get it going here. It's gonna be real soon. We're gonna have a lot of, not gonna be talking about them too much if they don't turn things around. But I believe they could do it. They made it here for a reason, and I love to see squads, newer ones, step in and face this level of competition. You know, and we only see these kind of squads get better and better, especially if they stick together over time.
Yeah, Peekaboo is on SLR, right? Or
Yes.
Yes. I think there was a somewhat of a language barrier, but I was like, yo, Peekaboo, #1 fan. And they said they played PMNC last year, and they're telling me they carry their team to PMPL, but then now it looks like their team needs them back. So it looks like they took a 4-month break after PMNC. So imagine taking a break, getting the call, and be like, yeah, we need your help. And I'll bring this up because Peekaboo yesterday was making those plays and was the only person making the plays from the squad. But we'll get back to that because Fishy making some plays right now in game #1.
Fishy! All right, it's good to see that man popping off here from long range. Let's see what he's looking to do. Does he see rushing? He does. Couple shots on there, on the mark, just a little bit off. He did that lay down, of course, to reduce that recoil as much as he possibly could. But yeah, I think from this point, just take the knock, reposition yourself, and get ready for another fight. And yep, they're gonna have to turn around and now handle team mobility. But where's the rest of the squad? I do not see them. It's gonna be a tough fight.
Soulfly looking to make a play on their own over here. Okay, I see the teammates trying to group up right behind them on this cliff, but Soulfly trying to get the initial knock with the grenade. But look at that hilltop exposed from multiple angles. Fishy understanding the danger of pushing up here, as they did get that 1 point. The machine is a rolling here for team mobility, as now they need to make up their minds. Do they press the issue, or do they try to pull back here a little bit? Looks like they're trying to pull back. Oh,
Too late.
Vigilantes.
Yeah, too late of a decision from team mobility here. As soon as they got that knock, they should have either decided to fight it out or leave. And honestly, with that position they were on the hill, leaving was the best option. And I'm surprised we're not seeing way more aggression here from wanted Vigilantes. They know that they have 2 knocked. They still have 3 players, but it looks like they're just opted to go for a nice full reset here. Team mobility, what are you doing? I mean, why are you still even in this area? Get that vehicle and go.
Yeah, they're trying to back up. They are trying to run away, and looks like wanted Vigilantes also opting to pull back just a little bit, even though it looks like the Fishy trying to look for that off angle. But the thing is, they need to be cautious, because now Puppeteers are going to be in the area. So I don't want to see wanted Vigilantes get overly aggressive. And yeah, look at that. Already 2 of them knocked out right there. So Fishy is going to have to pull back now and help their teammates.
What's Fishy gonna do? Comes for you. That's always the question. Always the question. GK first. Take it down. Wall Street Bets. That's 5 points already for Hyper. Man, this squad is just ridiculous.
That is a equivalent to a 3rd place finish for your information, as Puppeteers.
Puppeteers.
Puppeteers. Man, Fishy was looking for that play on team mobility, and honestly, that was their demise, because Fishy wasn't there to help support the squad mates when they were getting pushed from behind from the Puppeteers, man.
Well, Puppeteers already have 2 eliminations here, and so far, if the trend meets up to standard, that means they should be going out here anytime, because they hit their quota when it comes to eliminations here, Dave.
Yeah, what's the backstory with that? Fill me in.
The
I wasn't here last week.
Here's the backstory, right? Puppeteers, 2-3 eliminations a game, no placement points. They're practically allergic to them.
Okay. Appreciate the lore right there.
That's the lore. That's the lore.
Appreciate it.
If we are on trend, well, who knows? It is week 2, day 2. Oh,
what is
some
happening?
nades.
Yeah. What? Whoa!
Uh-oh.
This isn't something you see every day. Rin and QZZ both taken down. It's up to Kindness now in the front lines here, Hot Jukes.
Here goes TQC. Oh, gets knocked and finished. And wow. Oh, I thought he was finished, but it looks like GK First was still up for the team. So that's going to help big time. He's going to get that res and get going. Tons of eliminations for Hyper already. So that's 8. That is almost equivalent to a 1st place finish.
Yeah.
So no matter when they go out here, they're still going to be able to move up on the leaderboards.
Yeah, and QZZ getting taken out right there with 5 elims to their name so far. They're big chilling. No worry right there. But talk about worrying. Puppeteers, you told me their lore. They're looking for 1 more elim point. Let's see if they can get it on the Chosen.
That's all they need. That's all they need.
Oh,
Dave.
okay.
Just one
Grenade.
more.
Grenade? Need to confirm it. Stellar! Love the grenade right there. They might not be able to get it here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, and
Done.
done.
With only 2.
Wow.
Wasn't it 3?
Well,
Wasn't it supposed to be 3?
No, 2. I told you.
2.
2
Oh,
was the quota.
okay. I think I was flipping
so
ahead.
Puppeteers are doing exactly what they have planned.
They're consistent at getting consistent 2
2
elim
points.
points per game.
That's it. That's all you
That's
need,
it.
man.
You
They love
cannot say they're not consistent.
That's right. If anything, they're consistent. Possibly not as consistent as you want. 7WG just to notify me that it usually is 3 to 4. That is
3
true.
to 4. Okay.
But this is also Miramar. 2. I think it's good for them to start things off on the day. Look at that. K19 picking up some nice limbs here at the start. K19 is, I think, one of those dangerous squads you have to watch out for. I think, like, during finals time, if they just start off strong, they could definitely be a big contender.
Yeah, and K19, one of those squads that promised me yesterday, they're looking to ramp up that aggression here in week number 2, especially in the early to mid game when it comes to their split tactics. So love seeing them trying to be proactive on that game plan. Already 1 elim point as we pop back to Big Nate in the chat right now from the Panthers. This is your team to look for here, Hot Jukes. I remember you hyping them up here yesterday. Yeah, a lot of hype from Hot Jukes, the caster blessing. But talk about the blessings. YKG making that push right now on Phoenix Esports.
Ooh, Alf shutting down Chico with a nice shot right there. He's going to throw a nice nade. This is perfectly placed. Actually, a little bit off the mark. Does tap up Chico a little bit, but that definitely was the right play. I wonder how Phoenix is deciding to really take this push on. You can see out there throwing a little bit more utility. I like Diamonds on that off angle. And yes, it does. He does get the thirst and knock on the 24K. Flush it out while you can. Now I want to see a lot more aggression from Phoenix. Come on, step it up. Ramp it up. Finish this fight.
Yeah, I really feel like Diamond's off angle is so crucial right now to their positioning because YKG most likely would have utilized that slope on that hill to reposition it, but Diamonds is holding it down, so that's going to give their squad mates a ton of room right now to continue pushing the compound as Fear's going to be finding that ump firsthand, and now I believe it's just down to Joey, but Diamonds is going to be holding Joey out.
Come on, Phoenix, get going.
Oh,
there you go.
Actually surprising Joey from behind. Diamond's position was massive for this come up here for Phoenix Esports.
I like the fact that they took down YKG in this position. I want them to ramp up that aggression when there's 2 down. You don't have to play it as carefully as you are, especially in this position, because you leave yourself open to that third party. Lucky for them, Team Chosen was a little bit slow here, so that kind of gave them a little bit of a break. But yeah, I would like to see a Phoenix next time just full send it. Hey, let's just go use our numbers advantage and just finish out YKG while we can. You don't want to give them a break at all.
So the question for game number 1, which team will have the most eliminations here?
Ooh,
7 going for N-Hyper. Okay.
I like it.
Aaron going for Execute.
I'm
going with the Chosen. I'm calling the Chosen. They have 5. 4 up still.
Let me
Dukes.
take a gander here.
Take a gander.
Let me take a gander.
Are you going to pick N-Hyper? They already have 9.
I am
But a duo.
gonna go with the Chosen. Why not?
Okay,
I gotta stick it. Oh, it's the caster duos. That's right.
Love to see it. Love to see it. What I don't love to see though is their difficult driving or lack of driving skills, as they're going to be rolling into a couple boulders and rocks and hills, and Suppig is way behind right now from the rest of the teammates, so that does have me a little concerned, just in case the scouts up in the front do run into a team here. Of course, you want to move together as a unit, but love the picks. Love the picks here, fellas.
I pick the Chosen because if the Chosen is playing at their peak performance, like fully warmed up, they should have this. They should. Even they have all the high ground in the world, but the fact that they didn't push on and third-party Phoenix just a little bit quicker, it brings me a little bit of concern. So I'm hoping the Chosen doesn't decide to play this slow and play more together here.
Yeah, I guess it would make sense for them to go for that chicken compared to the elim points right now when we're looking at the leaderboards. But Hot Jukes, Mustache Day, we want that violence. We want those elim points here.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
come give it to us. Let's
we'll
go. Let's get things heated up and let's get it started. I want to see that action.
Started. Execute holding a interesting split here as we pull up the map. Jason, Casper, they are somewhat separated from the duo down south. My only concern is if Casper gets pushed, is Jason within range to provide that needed support?
This is what scares me about Execute. Yeah, this is their biggest issue, is they bite off more than they can chew with these split push. I think they need to stop doing 2-1-1 and just stick to 3-1, you know? Have 3 in a certain area, because right now, Fate and Tensa are in a very bad position, right? If the Panthers decide to full push them, they're going to get 4v2'd. And no matter how good you are at this level, 4v2 is not a position you want to be in.
Oh, look, the Panthers are going that way too. The Panthers are mobilized.
This just kills me when it comes to Execute.
Vehicles.
Yep. Like, and now is Casper and Jason even in a position to assist this fight, you know? If it was a 3-1, you could have one of the players, right, help support with that off angle, but you have 3 there. But man, now, yeah, Fate and Tensa in just a ton of trouble. Unless the Panthers wean off of them.
Fate looking for the angle here. Looking to open this up with a grenade. Nice little toss. But Jason and Casper kind of pinned down. I feel like Jason has a lot of room to work with, to group up with the teammates right now, but opting to hold that position for the time being. We do see the vehicle indicator from Jason. The issue here, Hot Jukes, is if the Panthers recognize that it's only a duo here, that's going to be their calling card to make the push. But it does look like Casper was able to hit the shots with the mini here, so that's going to slow down the Panthers just a little bit for the time being. But don't count out, there's still another team, Excuse, right over there on the other side of the hill from Casper. So this is, like you said, it's a lot to handle.
It's a ton to handle here. Oh my goodness, things are getting spicy. Right now, yeah, Fate is lucky the fact that the Panthers aren't full sending them right now. They're playing it a lot slower, and Jason with some beautiful shots. Now, even things up here. I love the fact that Execute's pushing this as a duo. Wow, I'm surprised it worked out for them so well.
Like they should be able to get some points here. Unfortunate for Casper, they haven't moved the muscle for the time being.
Wow.
Yeah, Casper is still up there on the high ground, holding it down. But we were doubting them. We were doubting them. Looks like they came out on top of that one, Hot Juice. And talking about
2v4
in the chat. The Chosen and Team Mobility playing Ring Around the Rosie right now.
Yep. Gaji, one of the last players up, gets a nice elimination here. He's actually the last player up. And wow! All done!
How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that?
Hey, you know what? It's Gaji. By himself. Where's the rest of this team, though, Dave?
Dead.
Where is the rest of the team?
But they had some points. They had some points. So if Gaji could just clutch it out a little longer, get maybe 5 more limb points here, so I can look like I have 200 IQ, I would appreciate it.
Would be nice. That's for sure. But and Hyper still sticking with 9. And that's a lot. I'm not sure if another team here can pass that up. Phoenix could if they really start ramping things up, and even Execute. Execute is now full squadded up. The 2v4 did end up working out for them. If the Panthers full sended that area, I think they would have been in big trouble. But instead, they decided to just lean up right next to him, try to play a little bit soft. Yeah. And then Jason just clutched it with those 2 knocks.
And I feel like that's something that's new when it comes to the Panthers. I feel like the Panthers, looking back at, past seasons, they were a really aggressive team. They love team fights here. I feel like they're playing a lot slower this season around here, Achi.
Yeah, just doesn't look like they're just trying to make any mistakes at all, And that's the tough part when you're in these kind of positions, because it's so simple to just overplay it, just do too much. But it doesn't look like the Panthers are looking to do that. They're looking to kind of slow things down, play things a little bit more carefully. I don't mind them, trying something different, but you also got to remember what got you here in the first place.
Exactly. And they don't want to do too much, but now they're not doing enough, Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see. You know, it's still pretty early on in the evening, of course. We only got one game played so far, so they can definitely make that bounce back performance here to set them up in a good position on the overall leaderboards. As now it looks like we got 5 teams to go. Excuse still alive with 4, 1 elim point. We're gonna be holding down this east side of the zone, but Execute, all eyes on Execute here this game. They've been proactive this match here so far.
Yeah, they have definitely been. That I hope that they don't get too much false confidence from that 2-2 split that they did, because if it was a different team like Hyper, I don't think they would have ended up as fortunate. So I think that's something that I hope that they keep in mind here. But at the same time, they gotta be able to capitalize off of what they've been able to accomplish so far. And right now, all eyes are on Execute versus Excuse. And we're going to see things slow down a little bit until this next zone closes.
Yeah, and then we still got that solo from Skills of Mind.
That's right.
Bombay, who looks like they're going to be sneaking up right behind Execute. Okay. Fate, the spy senses tingling. We're hearing the footsteps. Fate now looking to investigate. Going to be spotting out Bombay.
I like that. Fate looking to investigate.
Fate, investigate. Someone's got a big gun we can hear out there in the distance, by the way.
Uh-oh.
I
Yep.
think it's just popping off.
Fate getting shot up real good. Gonna go ahead and just get back under cover, hold things down a little bit. All these teams, I believe, are in the next zone except Execute. They're gonna have to push up a little bit. Yeah, here comes Phoenix on them. Casper's trying to open things up with a clutch nade. Oh, Fate is in just a really bad spot. They have to commit to one team, though. Are you gonna go down south? Yeah, it's really tough. Or are you gonna go up on the other side and try to flank Phoenix? Either way, just make a decision.
Yeah. I definitely feel like Phoenix aren't in the strongest of spots just because they are so separated. We got Rush here right now trying to keep Execute at bay. Meanwhile, Diamond's trying to keep Excuse at bay. And of course, they got that overlook position in the back lines. But all it takes is a 4-man unit to push one of these angles in the zone. And it's a 1v4. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a little worried about that here. I know they're feeling good. 60 limbs so far. They got a ton of zone priority and control right now, but I don't know if they understand they're up against 2 full squads.
Yeah, right now Execute is in a really tough spot because they know they can't go right. It's just a death valley if they do. So they are just sticking with it right now, hoping to buy some time, try to catch some timing on a nice third-party fight or something like that could happen. But if this zone does not favor them, they're going to have to move, and they're going to have to move instantly. Actually,
What?
it don't favor anybody.
No.
That's right. We're in
That's
zone
it.
9. This zone's going to go all the way to the middle, Dave. Papa Blue's coming.
Ooh, yeah, look at this. The zone. Oh, man, that's what's going to happen. You had a great position, but you underestimated the zone. You're going to pay the price. And now you're down a member from Phoenix. Hate to
What
see
is
it.
Execute going to do? Oh, yep. Yeah, they can't go right. Can't go right. It is just too tough. So I think if you're Execute, I think you got to go left here. Just push Phoenix and make it happen. Nice shot from Jason.
There you go.
Nice catch on the Bomba as well. Now this whole side of the map is free. It's looking really good for Execute here.
Sensa with the M249 as well. Locked and loaded, ready to go. Gonna be waiting to use that here. Does look like Excuse. We're able to leapfrog around Execute for the time being. Very interesting little hill, providing cover on both sides here, Hot Juice.
Yeah, so let's see. With some utility, can they open up this fight? Jason catches Casper! Oh no. Not like this. Not like this.
And the smokes now too. Here's the footsteps. James on the high ground. Go for that spray down. James getting some shots in, but quickly retreating. Fate following up right behind and with the UMP here. Excuse have the numbers advantage. Now, 2 teams here.
Oh, but why are
Final
they...
zone.
Oh, this is a tough spot. They got to make sure they hold that hill priority right there where Rosh is. Just use your utility. If you have it, you should be throwing everything that you have. Every nade, every possible thing. Kai's position stuff. James driving up with everybody, and Tensa cannot handle it all by himself. The buggy play coming all the way at the end here, Dave.
Saw that one coming. James was in the buggy, did a little U-turn action, was ready to go, and then it was on the count of 3, fellas. 1, 2, James sent it over the hill, and their teammates immediately started to collapse right there. So James, when in doubt, use the buggy, get the runovers, get the chicken here for game number 1. You'll love to see it, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Beautifully done right there. I mean, he knew where every single player was. Just might as well drive in with that buggy, use that armor utility, and just pick up those points. So nice finish there from Excuse. This squad has got to be feeling themselves. You know, the fact that you finally pull off a chicken dinner, especially at the first game of today, that's going to do great for their overall just mental game going in here for the rest of the next weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And placement points were something that this squad in particular needed to work on. Yesterday, I believe they were able to accumulate 14 kill points, but only 8 placement points. So with this winner chicken dinner, I expect nothing but momentum from the rest of the day for this squad. Ladies and gentlemen, we got more games to go. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the desk to break down game number 1.
Lots of surprises there on that first match. We're talking about teams having to step it up. Guess what? A team that ended up in 19th place last week, being able to come out with the chicken dinner here, I was not expecting that, Cam. Were you?
Yeah, no, not at all. Are you kidding? I picked Execute to win the whole thing and have the most eliminations. And their positioning was really strong positioning, but Excuse, once we hit that end game, once we hit that final circle, Excuse were just able to keep them pinned down, and 9 elimination points, tying on with NHyper's 9 elimination points, 19 points for them. It's really good performance.
It really is, and I love I love what Excuse was able to do. I don't remember the player's name, but one player alone was actually able to hold off Phoenix Esports as well. In case we were wondering why Phoenix wasn't moving, one player was just pushing them back and keeping them in place, which worked out perfect when they decided to take on the fight with Execute. Execute, though, being able to improve that performance from yesterday to 13 points here to start the day, and the Chosen being able to get 7 eliminations with 9 points.
Yeah, I mean, again, so we're seeing a lot of this stuff to get mixed up a little bit. Good to see the Chosen back. Wanted Vigilantes as well, still up there. So sort of these questions that we had coming into this, how is this week going to compare to last week? It's kind of moving in a couple of different directions.
Yeah, you know what? And Hyper, 9 elims. I'm not mad. I picked that team, and then Excuse just decided to pop out that performance out of nowhere. I almost got that prediction right. Skills of mine there with 4 points, and we'll go here to a couple of surprises, actually. YKG being able to get just 2 points. Not a surprise at all. Puppeteer, as you heard Hot Juke saying it, it felt like they made their quota, and after that, they were done. And a big surprise for me, I thought we were going to be possibly seeing a bounce back out of them. MEZEXIS starting with the donut with just 0 points.
WALLSTREETBETS as well. These are two teams that, you know, in different ways, but still saw them a lot more active, a lot more successful in week 1. Still really not performing well, and that's good for teams in the middle of the pack, like even Puppeteers here, like Panthers, and you know, even like the Chosen, like Execute, for everyone to sort of retake that ground. But this middle pack is what I'm worried about this separation between the top and the middle of getting just wider and wider. And unless we see teams like MEZEXIS like start to perform consistently, or, you know, in this case, Execute continue to perform consistently across the next 2 weeks, that separation is going to be there.
Yeah, with Execute, I do enjoy their splits at times, how crazy they are. And if the splits do go their way, they are actually able to get in a great position. Not only that, but they're also able to get a great amount of eliminations. And it kind of goes back to something that Sute was saying last week. For Execute, it either works or it just doesn't work and it goes horribly bad for them. So far today, that seemed to work, except for that finish. I know you definitely wish they came out with the
Listen, it was really well executed by Excuse, right? Execute were there trying to come out of the compound. They had really good control of that high ground. They didn't have to move a lot, admittedly, but they, you know, made sure that no one could really infract onto the area too much. And then they moved out, but they just got pinned in. They weren't able to find some ground. And especially at the very, very end there, James alone just had Execute's number, got knock after knock after knock, and then add insult to injury, throwing the buggy in there for the final nail in the coffin. Like, I don't want to take that away from Execute, though, because it was still a really good game. It's just you can't win every single fight, and they won enough to have a good round either way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the total damage from this team, because I'm actually intrigued to see which team ended up with the most damage overall. And it was actually Phoenix, 2,000 damage, but only 6 eliminations.
I was expecting a lot of high damage, even like middle to low eliminations, because this area of Miramar is really, really difficult to maneuver through because of the hills, the up and down, the very binary terrain and that nature means that third parties can always find angles onto you. So you really need to run and gun. So I'm not too surprised that we have such terrible efficiency of damage to eliminations here. I mean, that tends to be the case on Miramar in general, but especially the southwest portion of the map.
Yeah, and then you go completely opposite. Excuse being able to get 9 of those eliminations with the 1,300 damage. That's kind of what you want to see. They decided to take a fight when they needed to. So great play out of Excuse there for them to be able to come out with a win. Also get that amount of elims out of that damage. Now we've been hyping up about how Execute needs to start outperforming. YKG needs to start outperforming in Hyper. Let's take a look at head-to-head on how this team's performing the last one, because so far today, at least after one match, keep in mind it is just one match. But
yeah, okay.
Execute is currently performing better.
Yes, okay, but again, reminder, it is just one match. If anything, this just shows that this was a pretty sizable trip from YKG. Not sizable in that I don't think this is going to be a regular thing. It's just compared to their average, this obviously isn't what we expect from YKG. But you know, you're always allowed one. You always get one, and the fact that one of, if not the worst game that we've seen from YKG so far, they still get 2 eliminations for the double points. Like, that's got to say something.
Yeah, YKG is not going to be mad at it. I mean, I feel like we have seen this before from YKG, where they just, maybe they don't start off hot, but on top of that, they end the day really, really well. We'll have to wait and see what YKG is going to be able to do. Another team that actually surprised me a little bit. I wish they would have actually ended up getting the win here, or at least a little bit better, and turn that excuse player was just holding them off, and I was really surprised that he was able to manage that. It's going to be Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix yesterday versus today, going in the trend as well. Can this team continue on the performance that we saw out of them yesterday? So far today, once again, it's just one game, but I want to get a little bit excited here today because some teams might actually be able to start performing better, and that's what they need to do if they want to be able to catch up to the two giants at the top right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're just saying the same thing about every team because the storyline for all of them is the same. We just need to see consistency. We're seeing consistency from 2 teams and 2 teams alone, and it's also really, really, really high level consistency. Granted, okay, I think we're also seeing consistency from other teams that are in bottom, but I don't. Let's not talk about. Let's not do that.
SLR. That's one team we did not see any consistency off. They ended up with 0 points, and I was just, I have to. I feel like I have to. I wanted to continue to see some consistency out of them. Group D is going to be sitting out here coming up in Sanhok. Sanhok, my favorite match. A little bit of madness. We are going to be getting Group E coming in. I don't. Let's see. Golden Eagles. That's who I'm going to go for from the new group. I'm hoping they have an amazing performance. Any team out of the Group E coming into Sanhok that you want to see them perform well?
Yeah, I mean, dope. I was happy to see them at the very beginning, and they won Sanhok yesterday. So, you know, if they can repeat that, that'll be really good for their points, especially considering Sanhok is really where they got all of their points yesterday. So they kind of need it.
Right on. Well, hey, for everybody watching, let us know which team you want to perform pretty well here in Sanhok coming up. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. Let's send it to Hot Cheeks and Mustache Day because I'm excited. Sanhok, baby.
Yeah, dang right, it's Sanhok. Let's get it going. Match number 2. We are in the jungle, Dave.
Yes, sir.
And man, I hope you are as ready
Hands
as
up.
I am for those UC giveaway code right there at the bottom. Hands up, don't shoot.
Yeah, my hands are not winking, not up. Up.
Love it.
They're up. They're up.
They're up now. That is what I'm talking about, Dave.
They
You know
are
what?
up.
Put your hands up in the air.
Put
and
your
wave
hands
'em.
up in the air.
Just don't care.
Sanhok, baby. Sanhok,
let's
baby. Men of 4, Hot Jukes. Men of 4. I know you love it. I know you love it. Talking to their IGL Slimmy, they said their greatest strengths are their ability to keep composure in heated situations and block out distractions. Now, if there was ever a map to do that in, it has to be Sanhok, and it has to be now when you're at the bottom of the leaderboards here on day number 2. So I'm looking to Men of 4. I'm looking at Men of 4. I want to see what they can accomplish here today, Jukes.
All right. Well, I want to see it too. My boy Slimbot, I bet on him before and did get the prediction. So we definitely know what they're capable of. At the end of the day, it's what's up.
Guess what? They're bringing out their secret weapon here today.
What is it?
FP. It's FP is now playing on the team of Men of 4. They're unlocking the full potential here today. So,
all right.
I'm letting you know. You want to put in your predictions now. You know? Men of 4.
You know what, dude?
Coming out swinging.
Let's send it, bro. Men of 4 to get the dub. Let's go, dude. It's their time to shine, baby. You said it yourself. I got to believe in my boy Slimbot. Gotta believe in my boy Slimbot. So, for who's going to finish top 3 this game, I'm going to go for Men of 4. Locking it in
baby.
Before we even start the game, dude.
That's when you make the prediction, Hot Chooks, all right? That is when you make it. And talk about predicting. We saw Excuse last game get the winner chicken dinner. I love how they're moving together as a unit. But let's see, though. Will that be their demise? A grenade getting cooked, getting tossed, getting thrown over the head, though. Still alive.
They're so lucky that just barely hit that ridge, or that flat top of that brick, because if it did like edge it out, it was bouncing back into them all day long.
Oh no.
Nice Molotov here to slow things down for Angry Amateurs. Oh, Skur gets a nice knock onto Excuse. Come on, Excuse. You just got a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
The Panthers are not here. So you have this spot for free. Well, not anymore, because Angry Amateurs, they had the same idea.
Little smoke action right there to block the sight lines from Skur. Skur waiting to pounce on their prey here.
Pow, pow.
The Angry Amateurs Oh, here comes the initial push here. I do not like Angry Amateurs having 2 on the outskirts, but here comes the push anyways. Excuse in the compounds, lock and loaded, ready to go, but we got the double barrel shotguns. Ready to pump and dump here, Hot Juice.
Oh, here they are. Shoxa, can he pull off another 1v3 this tournament? Oh, Excuse is not looking good. Oh, it's
Down to
over.
just 2.
It's over.
Don't want to
It's
face
over.
check that. Do not want to face check that. And fortunate for Excuse, they did get that winner chicken dinner the last game, and I believe coming into this game they were in 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. So they have some room to work with on the overall leaderboards. And talking about room to work with, Joey doesn't need any room to work with right here. But one player we saw yesterday back against the wall, Dong in the grass. Uzi
Dong
was all they had. We saw Dong 1v3 yesterday in game number 1. So gotta keep an eye out for Dong from Puppeteer.
Dude.
As Joey looks like they're pinned underneath this little bridge for the time being.
Never take your eyes off Dong, man. I'll tell you that. You just go and look away for 1 second. Next thing you know, he's snaking up behind you in the grass, and he just takes you out. So, you know, if you know Puppeteers are nearby, you gotta check every single bush, because otherwise, you might just find Dong hiding in it.
And it looks like YKG are going to be attempting to save Joey here. Trying to close the gap. Looks like Joey's also on the move too, though, in the building. So Joey feeling
Great
good.
plays here.
Yeah, Joey's looking to
Yeah.
make some plays. I
He
do appreciate
definitely got
that.
1 knock already. You know, one thing though we got to go back on is
Rewind.
Angry Amateurs. Okay.
Okay.
Winning another hot drop in Sanhok. I don't know what it is with Sanhok, but Angry Amateurs just does not mess around, okay?
Yeah.
They just keep hot dropping and winning those fights. So if there's any team you don't want to mess with
Yeah.
when it comes to Sanhok, at least early on, stay away from Angry Amateurs.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they are in 20th, so they have 6 points, and I assume those 6 points being from the other hot drop that we're mentioning. So I guess when it works, it works. But what's going on here? What's Joey doing at this point? Joey, look at that off angle. Their teammate's going to be collapsing on into the town, trying to save Joey as they make the breach here. Fears. SK12 suppressed.
Jinx, look at that. Reckless tries to throw the nade. No
To the
way.
face.
Yeah. Now, guess what? It's just Dom. All
So why do
by
you think
himself.
Joey was so spread right there, so far ahead? I guess
He
just
realized
playing
it was
oversight.
Puppeteers. Yeah, he realized this Puppeteers. I mean, they got the first elimination on them. They know what squad they're going up against. At least
Joey
when it
said,
comes-
"You got this." No way. Oh, Dong. You remember? Watch out for Dong.
Dong laying down. That is when he is deadliest. Are they going to catch him? I think they're going to probably send a full squad here. Unless Chico is just feeling himself. Nope. Here comes the drive up. Full squad coming. Dong, you're in trouble.
Oh, Joey's actually shooting through the window right there. So Joey, from the high ground, knows exactly where Dong is. Dong back against the wall. Doesn't matter. So yeah, Joey's oversight position was actually pretty crucial for the team when it comes to just having that intel and being able to pinpoint exactly where these rats were. So GG's to them, as now they're gonna have a pretty solid position in this next zone. Some time to heal up. Right there on the tip of that peninsula. A ton of teams, Hot Jukes, down there on the coast, out there on the west side. We know and Hyper like to play that side. Saw them last night. They did pretty good. They're gonna be holding it down for the time being.
I love seeing YKG with their rotation just super fast from boot camp. Anytime that they feel a zone's going to go in this direction, they always leave boot camp super fast. They took that compound and just dominated Puppeteers there. So they're very aware of where other teams are, right? How fast they need to loot, how quick they need to get moving. And if they do catch a squad, they know it's a team that they can take in a fight. So YKG, I mean, they definitely have crunch the numbers when it comes to Sanhok. That's for sure.
Yeah, and remember, if you can recall chapter 4 of the book,
That's right.
chapter 4, loot and scoot. Loot and scoot, and that's exactly what YKG does the best out of all the squads here on Sanhok, without a doubt. And look at that, they already got a couple healing points to go along with the challenges of placing high in this game. But talk about the challenges. Look at the trap. Rin did not take those shots, waited for K19 to be on the beach to open it up and let it rip.
Okay, K19. K19 needs to do some homework. Okay,
they didn't do homework because
not,
NHyper are always here. This is where they live. This is their territory.
Yep.
That was big disrespect right there.
Everyone knows that.
And they paid the
Everybody
price.
knows that. Yeah. And then they just full send it right into the lobby. Yeah, that's going to happen every single time. So hopefully K19, if they're rewatching the VOD and you're listening to this, get a good idea where teams are going to be at, because man, that was a dead giveaway right there.
If you were the coach and you're in the locker room, what do you say right now?
Bro, I'm
what
like,
do you
bro,
say
what
to
were
K19?
you doing? What were you thinking? You had to know that that NHyper was there. You don't do a blind rotation. At least slowly sneak up like the way SLR is doing. If you're SLR, you got to know that YKG is somewhere in this vicinity. And now they are just going to get collapsed on. Oh, a nice knock on to Joey and Thirst. That's a big point right there. And here comes Fears with the easy nade into the closet.
The Molly inside burning, Baby Dragon as well. Fears with the SK-12. Going to be making the breach right now, getting the confirm. 24K on the outskirts, hunting down Peekaboo. Ooh, that might actually be a pretty solid one. Oh no, Peekaboo is in the water, swimming away. Scuba Steve strats right now.
The Scuba Steve, a classic Sanhok. Chico, thinking that they're possibly behind those walls, but little does he know, they're
It's
swimming.
SLR. They're gone.
And they gone, and yep, they're looking more gone by the second here. Christine, BB, knocked in the water.
Kind of another blind push, wouldn't you say? I mean, we were just talking
yeah.
about that from K19 on the west side, but when we were kind of unpacking that storyline, next thing you know, all 4 members of SLR just bolting through those windows without a care in the world. You have to assume,
Never vault the window. Never vault
the window, but you have to assume they really didn't put much scouting into making that breach right there either.
The problem is that even if you do scout it out, you're not going to see them, right? YKG, you're not going to just be running around in the open saying, hey guys, here we are. They're going to set up a trap. So you got to make sure you never vault windows, because you're going to get knocked every time. Just go through the door, you know, possibly do some pre-fires and angles, have the good old rule number 2, fully read and prepared. The safety first, then teamwork.
Okay, you're not going to see the windows, but you're definitely going to see the cars.
That is true as well. If they miss those cars, then I don't know what's going on.
The thing is, you can see from space, they're glowing. And plus, this position is a power position, especially in that last zone. So you have to assume it's not going to be free and clear.
That's for sure.
Especially with the cars. So I definitely agree with your point, but I still agree with my point that they just didn't scout it, man. Or if they did, they just assumed, hey, there's 2 vehicles here. It's clear.
We're good.
We're good.
We're good.
Let's all
not so
vault
good
through that
anymore.
window.
Not so good.
They did get Joey, though.
Okay.
Point.
We'll take it.
Take it. Take it to the bank.
Right. Wasted. Gets wasted right there. From Skills of Mind. Ben of 4. They do have 1 elimination. In a decent spot here. It's very congested, though. So Men of 4 is going to be the team that has the biggest opportunity to gatekeep all of these squads and soak up a ton of eliminations, especially with the zone. That might not be a bad idea here.
Nice points right there. And remember, the question of this game, who will finish top 3? Hot Jukes and myself said Men of 4. Now that they're unleashing their secret weapon, FP here, going to be competing tonight. See what the kids got, as it does look like they're in a heated standoff right now.
Make a name for yourself right here. Let's go.
Nice one. Nice. Nice nade right there. Oh, and the follow-up spray.
All
Put
right.
the barrel downrange.
Slimmy looking to go and open things up under Dope. Yeah, they got to make sure that their backs are just fully covered. If I was MENA4, I would be sticking here for a little while longer. Just try and clean up any team that could possibly be coming in through this blue zone right now. And then you're going to have to find a way across the water. That's going to be a tough one. Yeah, especially with the Chosen looking right in this direction.
Yeah, and you always have to wonder too, like how the dynamic, how the team comms are when you introduce that new player on the squad. Because I know MENA4, they've been grinding together for 6 months, you know, and to throw a new squad mate in the mix here when it matters, it's always interesting to see how they do. But next circle, Hot Jukes, Runes, dead center, my man.
Ooh, here come the runes. Here come the runes. And right now, I would be very scared to go in this direction and Hyper, they're already set up and locked and loaded in this position. MENA4 are in huge trouble. I think this is going to be it for them. I don't see them getting across this water. Dope as well. I mean, this is just a really tough zone for them. If they're not on this side of the map already, it is. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah. And then the Chosen with the little 2-2 split on that bridge. I do like that. I do like that. Suppig and Gaji are going to be holding down that west side just in case somebody does decide to wrap around the blue right there and sneak their way underneath that bridge, because that bridge we've seen time and time again being such a hot spot in zones like this. But WALLSTREETBETS still 4 up. No kills, no elims to their name, but they're going to be taking some shots up there on the high ground on team mobility. Still trucking along as well.
Trucking along. Still in a good position here. Right now, Phoenix has this edge position that is really, really strong. If they could just kind of hold it down, play it safe, they could be a top 3 finisher very, very easily. WALLSTREETBETS as well. But right now, if you're WALLSTREETBETS, yeah, all eyes are on team mobility. You shouldn't even be looking inside right now.
Yeah, it looks like team mobility will be opting to create a smoke tunnel to try to breach their way into this circle. They got a couple trees and boulders to work with, but it is not looking too good. No matter how many smokes they have, it's just a death valley. And they're also going to be out of luck because the Golden Eagles are right behind them. So they have nowhere to go right now, Hot Jukes. And with no vehicles, that's going to make it even more challenging. But let's see what WALLSTREETBETS can do. Can they capitalize on these free points right ahead of them?
They should be looking in this. They're already looking in that direction, but they're not proactively pushing it, right? They're just going to stay there and just wait for teams to kind of push up on there. Not a bad idea at all. Blinky with the DBS trying to make one last final stand. Couldn't do it. So it's Golden Eagles going to take out team mobility. They're going to hold this edge of this zone. They're going to have to get past WALLSTREETBETS. They have a nice little rock lining and a nice little spot there to do it. But I wonder if WALLSTREETBETS is going to kind of push things out here and possibly get a little bit more aggressive. But man, with the way this terrain is, I don't think they can. I think they kind of have to just push straight into zone if they can.
Yeah, they're going to have to make that call here very shortly, because we saw that next circle did favor the Runes once again, and then Hyper are right there smack in the middle. But look who is being proactive. Look who has the vehicles. Look who's on the hunt, on the move. Are you even surprised? YKG on the hunt right now. It looks like they got Phoenix Esports in their sightlines. So you can see the fear. They are shaking behind the boulder right now, Hot Jukes. They don't want to move. They don't want to give away their position. But they're going to have to move here. Papa Blue is going to close in here very shortly.
It sure is. And Hyper have been chilling in ruins all by their lonesome. So they ain't got nothing to worry about right now. What is YKG going to do, though? How are they going to get in here?
They're just going to crash. It looks like all 3 of them have their own vehicles, Hot Jukes. They're looking for some runovers, man. They saw game number 1. They saw how Excuse got that winner wearing chicken there. They're like, boys, let's just ride out in style right now. Just ride out in style.
Some donuts. At this point of the game, why not? You've been doing pretty good on the leaderboards. You can deserve it. They got 10 eliminations, too. Sheesh.
That's a chicken. That's already a chicken. That's
crazy.
A chicken. Wow. Well, let's see. Looks like they're going to have some intel down towards the south here. Now the Golden Eagles, Wall Street Bets, going to be duking it out here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see what Kubi could do from this position. He's just laying down, going to play it slowly. I don't think they want to give away their spot at all. And they're just waiting for this next zone to push on in. Let's see what Baby Tang can get done. Baby Tang is a heck of a fragger for Golden Eagles. But, man, this zone is so tough, and especially with N-Hyper just annoying everybody. Just, I don't know what these teams could do here. I think this is another N-Hyper win, honestly, even though they just have 3 up.
Ooh, those smokes, man. Blocking the vision at the very last moment. Now it's up to 24K from YKG.
Nice shots.
Another one in the bank, in the pocket right there is Phoenix Esports NA eliminated to the hands of YKG.
Wow, they're dominating. And it's just 24K. That's it. 24K by his lonesome. Picking up even more points. So even though, I mean, that was that 13 for YKG? That's insane. Uh-oh.
Big come up. Big come up. The Golden Eagles, a couple of them actually thinking they're an eagle. Dropping down.
Uh-oh.
Baby Eagles don't have the wings yet. It looks like N-Hyper takes some shots at them. There's going to be a smoke out there blocking the sight line, so this might be their time. Nope, take it back. QZZ, nothing but vision on the Eagles, dropping from the sky right now, Hot Jukes.
Easy points. Easy points. Didn't stand a chance. Most eliminations right now. It's 2 members of YKG with 4 each. Hayuya with 3. QZZ right behind him.
Uh-oh.
Gaji!
1v1. 1v1 me. 1v1 me, bro.
The tree.
Oh!
Wow! I am so surprised. He couldn't hold it down. The rest of the team wasn't even near there. Hayuya's got to run. Yeah, he's got to full send it up. His hill. Blue zone's going to hurt too much.
Not where you want to run.
Where's the team? The Chosen. How are you not looking here? There you go. I'm about to say. You knew he was there.
Yeah.
And down goes Dope. They did. Man, TC losing a player. Pretty needlessly here. You don't like to see that. But they do have a decent position so far. They do have to push, but they have those vehicles, so it shouldn't be a problem pushing under ruins.
Wall Street Bets still have a solo. YKG still have a solo. The Chosen now going to be pushing the ruins here that N-Hyper have been holding down for a couple zones now.
Yeah, there's a lot of different sneaky areas that you can get to, though. So if you have a vehicle, it's pretty easy to push up in here. But running, good luck.
Yeah, and I did notice one of the squad mates from N-Hyper, they're looking for that wraparound, that surprise play as well. So we'll get back to that. We'll stay tuned because 24K looking to make the push, throwing out that smoke tunnel, does have the vehicle to send it here, but it is a little bit cautious. They suspect there's an opponent right ahead of them. And they are correct, but they don't even have the opportunity to make that push because N-Hyper taking them out.
Too good. Too good. Yeah, I mean, from this spot, when they are just set up, looking at everybody, these guys do not miss. But can they handle the Chosen?
Ooh,
that is my question. That is my question. That's maybe a grenade. Oh, wow, that was beautifully cooked from Anying. And QZ's down. The Chosen with a huge advantage now to take this game.
Yeah, QZ was that player looking for the sneak attack, but getting called out right there.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky, sneaky. Pays off sometimes. GK first. Looking behind them, making sure their back ends are safe. We still got that solo from Wall Street Bets. Could play spoiler here, but something.
Oh!
Spray down right there.
Goodbye, N-Hyper.
Jeez.
Wrong door. Wrong door.
Wrong door.
Exotic. Last one up for Wall Street Bets. Honestly, I think it's time to just run into the blue zone. Oh, yeah, he's got the nade. He's got the nade. He's holding it. Oh, he actually threw it onto Stellar. He's going for it. That's actually a good play. Get the finish. Get the thirst. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Nice confirmed point. Now deny it.
Pop a blue.
Now deny it. There you go. Beautiful. Beautifully done right there from Wall Street Bets. That was his best option. Steal away a point. Deny the point to the Chosen. And just finish off with a nice second place finish.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. Second place, 6 points. And remember, they had to snake it out for a hot minute over there and really needed to play nice and slow because the Golden Eagles were right ahead of them. The Golden Eagles got shredded by N-Hyper, and that would have been their same fate if they wouldn't have played it nice and slow. So that's a huge play from them. But the Chosen, man, making the push, making the breach in the runes on Hyper. Hey,
Yeah,
the
that's
desk,
sick.
they were talking about the Chosen in the pre-show. Chosen showing up here. Game number 2.
Here we go. Here we go. It's about time we see the Chosen. I mean, I bet on them in the last game. Didn't work out. Threw them a little bet this game. And it worked out here. 8 eliminations so far for them in this one. And they were pretty. They were real pretty. It was definitely a game that wasn't just straight handed to them. They full sent it, caught that perfect angle onto Hyper, and just straight shredded them. So a big confidence booster here for the Chosen, at least in my eyes.
Yes, sir. I'm glad we both picked the Chosen right here to finish top 3. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about surfing it out. Don't go anywhere because we got 2 boys on the desk going to be surfing it out with them stats right after the break.
Yes, sir.
One of the most insane chicken dinners we saw last split was that 1v2 you had with an SLR and AMR. How do you feel after a moment like that?
当时吃鸡的时候，我的脑子是一片空白的，因为就是我自己也不想，自己当时也没有意料到，就是自己会在这种逆境之下完成这一波的1传2。因为我们一开始我当时子弹也是已经都打完了，然后我也在平地上面，我身上就只有一把 SLR， 还有一把没有子弹的副枪，但是就是我在那一瞬间，我看到敌人从石头里边露出来了一个就是身位嘛，然后我就是爆头击倒了那个敌人，然后我就发现有机会，然后我就跑到了前面的空投那边，然后就捡到了一把 AMR， 然后我通过那把 AMR 也是消耗了一波石头后面另一个敌人的血量，然后最后再用 SLR 完成了一波1传2的吃鸡，那波操作其实我自己当时也没有意料到，结局会是那样的。然后所以说吃鸡了以后，我当然也是很兴奋，但是我当时也是就是挺空白的，因为我自己也就是挺难以置信的。
Next, what are your expectations for this year? Do you feel like your team has a chance at winning the whole thing? Like, how are you feeling?
首先这一届的阵容，我是非常对我的能力感到自信的，我也是很相信他们的实力。我们平时也都是会每天大家抽出自己的时间来在一起进行训练，然后为这一届的比赛做准备。我觉得如果我们状态能保持到最完美的话，我是相信我们这一届是可以去争夺这个冠军的。当然，我觉得我们也需要努力，然后才会有就是胜利的这个可能性。
Great to hear there from the Chosen. Before we get started breaking down that match, let's quick little shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. I was getting a little bit caught up there because what a match. Okay, we saw 24K there from YKG at the end. Even though he was by himself, I was getting flashbacks to last week when we were doing this. Cameron, when he was able to clutch it in Miramar and still giving it to people when he was by himself. And then the Chosen, we were talking about it too. I feel like anything could have happened with that team. They had some interesting plays. It ended up working out for them. They did end up losing one player at the end, but ultimately they got the win.
Yeah, I mean, sending it onto that compound, well, the ruins, not even really a compound, sending onto that against one of the teams that we laud as one of the best defensive squads of NHyper, and just breaking through it. When it all started off with the double nade, and then I believe it was Stellar was like instantly there to confirm that knock as well. Just great, fantastic, high velocity play based off of a split just north of that on the bridge.
Yeah, and then going back now to YKG, I mean, for them to be able to finish off with 13 eliminations, I was kind of a little bit sad to see Joey get eliminated so early on, but I personally feel like he was just a little bit too confident that match. I don't know if you agree with me.
Yeah. You know, when you're... I get it. Like, I really, truly get it. And you always want to have players as good as Joey and really the entirety of YKG. You always want to have them just full send it, full confidence. And the better you can get into your opponent's head and make them fear you, the better it can be. But, you know, sometimes it can go a little bit too far. This time, Joey may have overstepped it just a touch. You know, not checking your corners properly, on all of that good stuff.
It's okay. You live and you learn. No, it's bound to happen at some point here. And I mean, when you are currently performing as a team for YKG the way you guys have been, and still being able to lose one player and put up 13 eliminations, I won't be mad. Let's take a look at the match ranking though, because there was some other teams that were able to step it up. I'm gonna be looking at NHyper. I mean, we're talking about them, how they were able to defend that so well. 9 eliminations and starting to perform in Sanhok like we expected them to, even though it was a southern western circle.
But the fact that 2 teams overtook NHyper. Yeah, granted, Chosen, they got the win, right? But NHyper are in 3rd. But then the team that was in like the actual placements versus like the match ranking versus the in-game placements, I've never seen them this mixed up, and that just shows how frag heavy some teams were versus how frag light others were. And I mean, that's just the nature of Sanhok. Once again, it's incredibly dangerous. So if you do get into a lot of engagements and you come out on top, that's really good for your points. But also sometimes you play defensively and you have 0 line of sight on anyone until there's like 3 still standing.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, NHyper, we both, if we were in the same room, I think we both would have just looked at each other and be like, yeah, we're picking them because they currently have an amazing spot and it's a team that we know can defend amazing. Let's take a look at the total damage because I'm interested to see which teams actually ended up with the most total damage. I mean, besides YKG, Angry Amateurs. That's a bit of a surprise there. Remember, they were able to take out Excuse super early on the hot drops. Once again, they're doing it on the hot drops in Sanhok.
Yeah, but they got caught up in a lot of action, weren't able to get any more eliminations more. But the YKG one, that does not surprise me at all. Not only is that high damage, but fairly good efficiency on the damage to elimination ratio. The Chosen is shocking to me. I actually would have expected them to have higher damage for their eliminations, but that just shows that like they closed down their area, they kept control of it, and they just executed in such a strong, efficient way.
Yeah, they waited for the right moment to take that fight. For everybody watching at home, make sure you guys follow us on Twitter, Instagram, subscribe on YouTube, join the Discord, and use hashtag PMPL NA. I'm ready for the next match. I know Hodgix and Mustache Dave are ready for the next match, so take it away, guys.
We are ready for this next match, and we're also ready for the code. Bottom of the screen, guys. Get it! Get it now! Stop waiting! PUBGmobile.com/redeem 600 UC. Big shout out to PUBGM for throwing out these UC codes. I like it.
I like it a lot here, Hot Juke. Just like I like me some PMPL NA 2023 Day 2 Match 3 Week 2 action. As all of our players are in the plane right now. Interesting topics on the desk. You'll love to see it from Cameron and the Seven Worlds Gaming. You live and you learn. Big takeaway right there for me. I want to ask you something in PUBG Mobile. You, Jukes, have lived and learned through here with your history, with being a commentator, a competitive player. Like I'm always looking at it from the perspective of someone watching the stream, looking to get involved, looking to get into the scene, be a pro player. Any kind of hot takes from Hot Jukes here on things that you've lived and learned?
Okay, number one, the zone never ends in Zarky, so don't worry about that, okay? Number two, if you're gonna create a team, stick with your teammates, okay? Unless you have a communication issue that is impossible to fix, stick with the squad that you are playing with, all right? As long as they are all hungry and willing to grow together and put in the time, stick with them because people can get better, right? As long as you have an open communication, you can adjust and you can get it done together. This whole swapping players every single season, I think, is what's really plaguing North America. All the other regions have seemed to have a couple teams that just stuck together for 4 years now. So, I mean, that's going to be tough to beat, right? So stick together, do the homework, put in those extra hours because you got a lot of catching up to do. And you could definitely see yourself on the global stage, in my opinion.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it right there. Everybody claps in the chat for Hot Jukes right there, letting us in on the knowledge right there from a commentator's point of view and a competitive player's point of view right there. You'll love to hear it. And getting into this match, the Panthers. They're in 8th place. Not too bad on the overall leaderboards. They have, 19 elim points and 12. Only 12 placement points here, Hot Juke. So, yeah, they're missing a little bit of both here, in my opinion, when it comes to the balance of the points. And I'm bringing them up because we see, yes, Naya. We see the Panthers. They're looting. We also see K19 also looting, but K19 got destroyed last game by N-Hyper. So K19's mental has to be a little bit down on the low side. So both teams looking for kind of that comeback moment here to, in my opinion, get their day 2 started here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, K19, they just made a big mistake, right? They just made the wrong rotation. Like, that's the kind of stuff that just, it's annoying, right? Because it's not like they lost a good fight. It's not like they stood a chance, They just literally blind rotated into the worst location on the map, right? So hopefully they're able to just bounce back from that mentally and just come into this game and just, hopefully they did their homework. That's it. Just if Erangel is probably the map they studied the most. So if that's the right assumption, then they shouldn't have a problem here.
Hopefully for them, right? Hopefully for them, because not the best of starts here so far. And you know me. I'm the biggest believer in momentum, and I subscribe to that kind of lifestyle and mindset that momentum is everything here in these tournaments. And if you come into your first game and just get destroyed in your vehicles, you can't even take the fight. You can't even shoot your weapon. You just blow up. If that was me, I'm down in the dumps, man. My momentum is gone. I was doing push-ups. I was getting pumped up. I'm ready to go. I'm like, yeah, baby, game day. Day number 2. I'm ready to go. Let me at them. We're getting all the chicken. And then that happens. Oh, man, it's a cloud over the head. So that's another really important skill that, these players need to practice kind of outside of the game almost, to not let bad performances get them down, to keep their mindset in the game and be like, okay, we did bad that game, but this is a new game. Let's get into it. At the end of the day, maybe then we'll be hard on each other because that's when we're doing VOD reviews, or in the middle of the action, You just got to keep going with the flow here. You got to go with the flow, and you can't let those bad games kind of get in the way and block the vision, the sight moving forward here. So
Gotta agree.
let's see.
Man, this is so hard. You know, when you're playing at this level here, you know, just slight little mistakes, communication issues could just wreck your entire game. You know, PUBG Mobile. Yeah. Yep. You're right. It's a new day. It's a new day. And it's Erangel. Anything can happen here, Dave. It's the first Erangel of the day. Can you believe it? Match 3. Joey looking to get into it, though. Off the rip. I love to see YKG just ultra aggressive right at the start. How do you feel about that, Dave? How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about that? Well, dude, oh no. We'll get back to that because in the kill feed, one of the players, I believe, fallen to their death. I don't feel good about that. But yeah, YKG, I mean, we heard some opinions in game number 1 that YKG, they're kind of just slicing through the lobby like cheese. You know, they're kind of taking advantage of the less experienced players because this might be their first time at this level. So they're just taking the fights, man. They're knocking on every single door and they're clearing out every single building, and they're looking good while doing it here.
Yeah,
on Jukes.
this is Dope is gonna be in big trouble. I mean, this is the most dominant squad in this lobby. Yeah, run away if you can. Oh, a nice shot though. I'm surprised Fears gave up that angle. Roberto, Joey, you guys better start focusing on this door so that way you don't lose a player early on. Oh, the Bray with a nice nade. Now things are turning around. That teammate from Dope's got to come back.
Yeah, that's the funny part that one of the teammates from Dope said, "See you later."
Jaco got caught. Yo, that's it. They're done for. YKG getting a little too confident, I think they're right there. And they are the first team taken out. What a defense there from Dope.
That was only a duo, though, because Nesquik was scared and ran away, tail between the legs. So, like, what do you say to Nesquik right there? Leaving the scene, fleeing, and then doubling back once when things were done from the duo. Taking out what some would say one of the best teams, if not the best team in the lobby.
Take it to the bank, baby.
That's what
You know
Nesquik... Yeah, totally. Take it to the bank, fellas.
Take it to the bank, man. Take it to the bank.
Man. Dude,
Wow.
Dip says, "See you later." You know what? You guys.
It wasn't looking good. It wasn't looking good, man. But Robert turned it around. We saw another great nade. That's all it takes is a couple little micro plays, and the whole fight is turned. So I hope Dope realizes that sometimes it's worth it to just fight it out, right? Give it your best shot. But not gonna lie, that drive away also, I think, helped them because as soon as they drove away, YKG realized it's a 4v2, right? In this building.
And
this should be easy. And so they just kind of played it a little lazy and allowed the other team to just, you know, come back. So maybe it was a calculated drive away.
Yeah, totally calculated. And I guess one thing to add on to that is once when Nesquik was driving away, they did receive some shots, some focus fire from, I believe, 2 members of YKG. So that right there also, intel is everything. So that might have given away the intel to the duo within the compound to kind of pinpoint exactly where at least 2 of the opponents were to have a general idea. But next circle, dead center, SLR, baby. Looking good, feeling good. Looking for them placement points here this game.
Let's go, SLR. Always centering up. It doesn't work out very often, you know, but you got to give them an A for effort here, Dave. All I need is a couple good plays. And we could see them possibly pull out a good performance.
Yeah, SLR right there in the middle of the leaderboard. 11th place with 10 placement points, 13 kill points. So not doing too bad if I say so myself. Over here, though, a little bit of a bluster. Inactive. Uh-oh, SK12. Letting it rip, but diamonds. You wrap around, M4. Around the boulder.
Nice uh-oh. I thought we were going to see a push. Oh, yeah, Remix. Looking for that heady. Does catch a couple on the Canary. And catches him out the buggy. Beautifully done. And I think Remix is just pissed. He said, you know what? How dare you take out my man inactive? I'm throwing them nades, and I'm coming. Yeah, where's the rest of the team? Get over there.
Yeah, and if there was one player from MEZEXIS to really keep your eye on, it has to. It has to be Remix. The man knows how to hit them nades. Clown pulling up, trying to get the run over, then popping out there, getting taken out immediately. Now it's up to Trick. Diamonds go for that spray down. Trick spotted, tagged and bagged. Then
Remix
with the answer, the double barrel shotgun.
He's coming for diamonds now. Is he gonna finish Canary? No, he's not. He's going for it. Oh, he actually went for the finish. It was Clown that went for that finish. Remix is gonna stop, heal it out, then go for the finish on the Canary. This is already a horrible fight for both these teams because they're losing a bunch of players. Oh no! Canary's giving away Remix's position, but Diamonds needs himself, baby! Let's go! That is how you do it right there. When in doubt, nade it out. Say, you know what? I'm out of here.
Remix is clutch. You know, we look.
Yes, he is.
Give out those badges every single season. Remix right there, able to save the day for MEZEXIS as they do hold down the South all to themselves now. We see that circle about 40% water in play. So honestly, MEZEXIS, the duo down there in the South, I'm not mad about that at all. But talk about being mad. Wanted Vigilantes right now. Big mad. As it looks like they're going to be crashing with BOPE. And the BOPE said, nope, not this game.
Nope.
We out.
We out of here as well. Tons of fights here early on in Erangel. It just goes to show, especially with a zone like this. All the way down at Ferry Pier. This is going to be a fun one, Dave. I mean, the amount of spots available are ridiculously low. You can see Dope. Everybody is full sending it on now and trying to get some real estate. Angry Amateurs. Oh, I don't like the spread. Just side on a spot. This is indecision. When you see them driving the way they are right now, it's pure indecision.
About 40% water, at least. At least. And I do believe Angry Amateur is kind of feeling the same way. What you're just expressing, going to be pulling up, grouping up just a little bit together. But unfortunate for them, that's the same general idea for many of the teams right now, Hot Jukes, as we see them starting to close on in and find a spot here in Ferry Pier.
Let's see what they can do, man. Let's see what they can do. As Angry Amateurs, they are positioned in a good spot. They are going up against Excuse. Excuse won game number 1, got taken out super early in game 2. So they are looking to bounce back here in match number 3. They're going to hold a nice position as well.
Yeah.
So just, hey, just hunker down. This is where it's so important, Dave, to put your team in a good position. That is an IGL's job, is to make sure that these players know where to hide themselves. Like if I'm Skur and I'm looking at that player holding that shack, I'm like, what are you doing? Where are you trying to support us? You know? It's just way too risky here. So it's little things like that. I think that players kind of need to tune up.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a spot where he's trying to get just a little bit of angles and just trying to see. But I think there's a lot better locations he can put himself to really assist his team.
Talking about spots, though, MEZEXIS. Talking about Island Boys, man. They took a little boat. There's a little cliff right there. They are relaxing. No one's going to see them in their current position.
Nope.
They probably had their fingers crossed that this next circle does favor them. And when we're talking about placement points, that's the spot you want to be right now. Oh yeah. Man, soaking it in, drinking the mojitos, and they get the next zone. MEZEXIS are feeling themselves right here, right now, especially with their early game elims to go with it.
They're going to have to get on the bridge here soon enough, and they know where to be. Nightcrocs is going to go down to the blue zone there and get finished. Tensa has a good idea where K19 is. K19, again, right? Got to put your teammates in positions to assist each other. Tensa and the rest of Execute, I think, are in that same predicament. Jason does have an alpha angle to support them. Fate now driving up on this fight, trying to find a crazy off angle. And I don't think K19 realizes, yeah, it's really tough to tell where the rest of these players are.
Yeah.
So
Oh, Jason.
let's see how they want to fight it out. Oh, free molly! Didn't work.
Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. The blue zone is going to be closing in as well. Legend smoking up the closet right here. Trying to escape, trying to get the pickup, it looks like. Tensa and Jason, though, still in the back lines here as Fate pulling a little bit forward, leapfrogging, is going to be anticipating the push out from the buildings onto
Yeah, well,
K19.
I think he just said, hey, if you guys make it out, you make it out. And I don't know if that's the right bet. See, this is the hard part, though, right? This is about being an IGL, being a player here. You got to just make a coin flip. And if Fate decided to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go over here and see if you guys survive. You make it, you make it. If you don't, you don't. Tensa going to catch out Legend. Confirm that point. And looks like he's going to start heading towards Fate.
I like the play because Fate knows that you have to push in this direction. So regardless of what happens in the buildings, the fights, whoever survives, you're going to have to push this way.
I'm going to disagree, though. I'm going to disagree. I understand that he wants to secure it, but if a squad is here, then you're gone for regardless, right?
Oh, true. If there was already a team here, for sure.
So just, hey, why not go with your team, clear that area, and you have 3 up, right? Rather than 2 in this position. But like I said, it could have worked better this way, for all we know, right? For all we know, Fate came up, snuck behind a squad, and squad wipes the whole team. You never know what could happen in PUBG Mobile, so
yeah.
Just at the end of the day, it's all speculation.
Yeah, and you have to remember that Fate, the IGL with Tensa now the new introduction on the main squad as co-IGL, so at least they're both still alive here as they're going to be holding down that west side. Talking about holding it down, Blinky looking to light one up over here onto NHyper. A couple smokes from NHyper as they are going to be opting to push back, pull up right now onto SLR. Hot Jukes.
Here they go. Can SLR finally hold a position, right? They always get a good position in map, but then look, they just turtle up. They just turtle up and allow a team to just straight mow them down. And luckily for them, Team Mobility is up on the hill and helping them out a little bit, but yeah, they're just not in a position to support each other.
Yeah, the plan for NHyper was to quickly get in, take out at least 1 or 2 of the opponents that might be holding down that building and take up that cover, you know, anticipate the push from Team Mobility. But looks like the timing just a little off. I'm surprised Team Mobility are being so passive back there, especially with getting that 1 knock. They just playing for that late game as the next circle does pop as well. So they're gonna have to push in this direction regardless. You would think you want to push now while they're hurting and in this fight, try to third party, but they're still just chilling back there, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they are. Straight chilling. Which team do you think is going to win this map? That is the question, Dave. It is Zone 5. Who are you looking at?
Who am I looking at? Well, NHyper have 6 elims. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. They're still trying to clean up SLR. Meanwhile, Team Mobility just driving right past them. Rin going to be catching that grenade right there to the dome. Baby Dragon looking for that follow-up. And this is one of the downsides of having the 2-2 split. Like, yeah, you got the cover fire across the street from NHyper, but now here comes the full push from SLR. Doesn't even matter. All they need is GK first right there. And I'm going with them. NHyper for the win. I think that's a good one to pick here. They're outside of the zone. They have to push in. They're under gunfire. So it's not an easy pick. But again, they are one of the best teams in the lobby.
That's what you're betting on right there. It's crazy. Like, if this was an even lobby, like across the board, there was no way you'd bet NHyper.
No.
But just how skill capped they are. I mean, yeah, even Cameron Davis picked the squad.
There we go.
This man studied. He's put in them 10,000 hours when it comes to studying PUBG rotations. That is for sure. And then Golden Eagles from 7. Golden Eagles.
Good pick.
I do not hate the pick at all. They have all 4 up. They are holding in that outside position. If that zone goes in that direction, they could definitely win this match.
Yeah, and I'm also going with NHyper.
MEZEXIS, though.
Because they have a lot more room to work with because they're one of the only teams that didn't full commit to building and Fairy Pier. So they have a lot of room to maneuver here compared to teams that just devoted everything to one building or two buildings that are going to be just on lockdown right now, Hot Jukes.
Yeah. And not to mention, they've got 9 eliminations, so they are feeling themselves, man. And I'll tell you what, you never want to just chill against a squad that is feeling themselves like the way Hyper has been lately.
Talk about chilling. These sandbags allowing Execute to chill right there on the beach, wide in the open. Oh, Bray waiting. I think Bray knows. I have a feeling Bray knows.
Bray knows, huh?
Bray definitely knows. The thing is, can Bray 1v2 Tensa and Fate, two really solid gunners here in the lobby?
Oh, yeah. Crazy. Just looked at our chat. Cameron Davis does agree with my prediction that he is picking in Hyper just because it's in Hyper. And of all the other teams that are in this lobby. So can't say I blame him one bit. Let's see how they're going to look. All my eyes are on them right here. Okay, you see, this is what I'm talking about. In Hyper commits to fights, right? When they know what they have to do, they say, you know what? We're going to take on Golden Eagles here. If we go out, we go out. But this is the play. This is the play regardless.
Might have been the play, but they're losing a lot, devoting all their resources to this play as Rise with the Tommy gun. But look behind you, QZZ with the MG3. 15 more bullets to go.
Wow.
Last one alive. Wow. We'll begin the pickup on Rin. Clutching it out, right? Where did QZZ even come from? Just popping up from behind with the squad wiper.
Full squad wipe. 1v4. QZ. Goodness gracious, my man. Calm down. And, I mean, yeah, I still have faith. I mean, with just 2, with QZZ, with that MG3, man, dude, this squad is just so deadly. So deadly. Like, full commit. I mean, yeah, it didn't work out. But, hey, look how, I mean, they got 11 eliminations so far.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they go out now, they're chilling.
Yeah, it worked out in a sense of how many points can you get per game. And with 11, that's already more than they would have gotten by just chilling and going for that chicken, because the chicken is worth 10. So they're flying high. And talking about flying high, MEZEXIS, remember they had to rotate from all the way down south. They had to take a boat here. They had to wait on a little tiny rock island. They had to swim. Talking about the journey, they were involved in a skirmish very early on here.
Oh, yeah.
On this game. And
super early.
yeah, super early. And they're still going to be alive as a duo. They are going to be somewhat separated. Setting the trap right now. And Hyper, they're looking over there. They might opt to rotate through that trap that MEZEXIS set.
Yeah, regardless for Hyper, this is a tough rotation. I mean, they're having to do a crazy one. They don't have anywhere to go. This is really the only option they have. And every team, especially with those smokes there, is looking right at him. So QZ is going to full send it down in a vehicle, jump out. Does he get seen? Not yet. Oh, actually, Rin up top does get seen. So he's going to go down with his buddy here. But it's only a matter of time. I think Remix is going to spring this trap any second now. Trick as well. Is Hyper just better, though? If Hyper wins this, they're just, they're untouchable.
Trick's position compromised.
I wouldn't have missed those shots, Trick.
50%
I would not have
HP.
missed those shots.
Grenade, though. The follow-up grenade.
That's the way to do it.
That is money. Now here comes the blue zone. Going to be applying more pressure to Rin. And the follow-up from Trick right there. MEZEXIS taken out. And Hyper with a
That's how you do it.
solid trap and spring right there. That makes it all worth your Hot Jukes.
100%, yeah. And Hyper finished with 12 total points. Still insane. Getting past MEZEXIS was almost impossible. And Trick, especially knowing who he's going against, heck, take him out with some grenades, baby. You do not want to just deal with a gun battle. So beautifully done there from MEZEXIS Trick. Where's that zone going to go, though? It goes all the way up. So MEZEXIS, all these squads are going to have to get a move on. And they only got 38 seconds to do it.
Yeah, that was definitely a feels good moment right there for Trick. Angry Amateur still 4 up, still holding down that center compound in this new circle, but zero elims. Same could be said with Men of 4. Remember, these two teams committed very early on to Fairy Pier. They have been holding it down. Well, they have not been third partying. They have not been moving. They've just been straight up turtle mode, and their points reflect it so far, Hot Jukes.
Let's see what this squad can do. I'm looking at Tensa, Fate. I think if they snake it out just perfectly, I think it'll work really, really well for them. But they gotta. Oh no, never mind.
Brain's been waiting like 20 minutes for this.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
It's all over.
Oh!
Fate though, coming just on time, and he's gonna full send it to that shack. He's like, come on, no, the lay down. I am shocked he laid down here, and now he stands back up. Hey, you know what? Tactical lay down there from Fate.
And the thing that feels bad is I don't even think this side of the shack is in the next zone. So right there on the tip. Oh, and then you got two angry amateurs looking right in your direction. Yeah, it's not looking too hot for Fate right now.
Oh, he's done for. Yeah, just don't even talk about Fate at this point. There's no way he's making it over here unless he's him. Is Fate him? Chat, let me know right now. Is Fate him? I want to see a yes or no in the chat the second this comes in.
Is Fate him? Is the question of the day. Maybe, because what's going on? We're giving up our angles to that window. I don't. Okay. Angry amateurs doing the do out here. Gonna be
Rosh,
holding down center still.
Every team that is in this lobby right here, they're gonna play this slow. None of them are gonna go out and make a mistake. They're just gonna play this carefully and try to make the best.
I think Remix and Trick win this one up against Excuse, even though Excuse have the numbers advantage. I just believe. I just believe. There's one looking for the follow-up. Rosh gonna be peeking their head through the smokes, quickly retreating back into their cover here, Hot Jukes.
Remix already hit 2 clutch nades a little bit earlier, so he's looking to lay the last one out now. Does he catch the knock? Does not. I think that he's gonna probably lean left. Yeah, just go left, get to that building. Luckily for them, it's I believe it's open.
Fate is still alive too, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Wow.
Still alive out there. Doesn't look like they have any heals. Okay, now they're getting lit up. And look who it was. It was Bray with the revenge play. But we'll get back to that because Trick is in the smokes from MEZEXIS with the double barrel shotgun. There comes the push from Excuse here, Hot Jukes.
Remix, gotta make a play. Remix, you gotta hold that angle. You gotta be looking towards your teammate. Look towards your teammate. Help him out. Can he catch him in time? Remix. Oh, I thought Remix was gonna make the grave mistake of just focusing on too much at once. I believe he could pick Trick up on his back and make a run for it just inside of the zone. It might work out. I don't think teams are looking at him just yet. Meta4 versus Angry Amateurs. It's FP.
Oh, you know they're there.
For a crack?
You know they're there. And this was that position you called out 20 minutes ago. What can you do from this little wooden shack here? It's FP. Remember, first day on the team, trying to be that young gun, the secret weapon up in the front lines. Gonna be tagged and bagged right there. The Angry Amateurs finally pushing out of their building, out of their safety and comfort. But Slimmy looking for a massive grenade to turn the tables right now.
Oh, and it's Shaksa that gets the grenade onto Wagoon. Slimmy's in that back line. Zen, I don't know if, okay, I thought Shaksa was gonna throw it at that other vehicle, but instead going for the thirst here. Can't blame him. He is gonna get it. Beautiful confirm. Oh, 1 HP. It's all up to Slimmy now. Slimmy actually gonna go left? I don't know why Slimmy's going left here. That's a little bit risky. Oh, dope! Now pushing onto Angry Amateurs. This could be great for Meta4 if Slimmy just stays back and lets them fight it out. Comes at the last second. Could be deadly.
Yeah, Angry Amateurs now getting pushed from multiple sides here of their building. No longer able to turtle up here as grenades, mollies being tossed on that second story right there. Slimmy in the open is going to be spotted, crawling on their knees, looking for that pickup. But here comes the opportunity for the Dope Slayers to make the breach, make the push, and take out Angry Amateurs here, Hot Jukes.
Angry Amateurs are here because they got blessed by this zone. They haven't had to move for so long, and they've been turtling it up. It's been working. This blue zone, though, is starting to crush all these players.
See him.
It's gonna hurt. Oh! Bray! I thought he missed those shots. And Angry Amateurs is gone.
Wow.
So let me confirm. It is Dope's win. Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and clutch it out right at the end. Beautifully done from Dope Slayers.
Dope Slayers holding down the
Let's go.
southern parts of Fairy Pier and finally moving out at the very end once when they recognized the Angry Amateurs were getting pushed, getting pressured from Metaphor up there. Timing's everything. We talk about timing all the time, Hot Jukes, but Dope Slayers had the timing down here in the final moments of this match, man.
It was sick. It was sick. I mean, they timed it perfectly. Angry Amateurs have been just chilling the whole time. And man, we're Dope. We're sitting. They were blessed pretty much as well. And with that blessing, 1,500 damage, 12 eliminations. That is how you capitalize right there.
Yes, sir. And when we look at teams that were active, yeah, this is what I was looking at here. We saw Zed popping off for sure. We saw QZZ making some moves and Trick. Yeah, so Hyper and both MEZEXIS were kind of the most active teams in my opinion here on this game, and you love to see it, man. And look at that. You see the players up here on the graphic, on the leaderboard. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. More action coming up after the break.
Hot Jukes, I'm going to need to go to San Antonio and drink that Monster Energy you're drinking because I feel like so far you're undefeated as well in regards to the predictions, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll have to wait and see if that's actually true. By the way, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. What a surprise there. Dope Slayers waiting for the right time, Cam, and actually being able to pull off the win.
Yeah, I mean, by the time that we saw the end game, they looked in a very, very strong position, but so did a lot of other teams. But the fact that they were able to get 12 elimination points while keeping so many of their members alive, they're able to survive through all of that. Fairy Pier isn't exactly an urban area, but it does share many characteristics of an urban finish, and we all know how chaotic that can be. But it is also really, really good to see MEZEXIS back in the mix. I expected their game to go terribly since they had to cross the water from Sosnovka over to Fairy Pier. The fact that they were allowed to get onto the beach from the other teams, I'm still shocked about it.
I think you know what it comes down to for MEZEXIS. I think it was all the mayhem that Hyper was causing when they were fighting SLR, and then if Team Mobility was there partying them, and all the action going on that actually allowed MEZEXIS to push in there. Because I'm with you, I did not think MEZEXIS was going to end up with the amount of points that it currently ended up. Besides, I mean, honestly, the placement points, the elimination points, the fights that they were able to get into were great. Golden Eagles, a team that I actually picked that I thought were going to be able to pull it off. I'll have to be honest with you, and I'm pretty sure Cam's going to vouch for me. When Hyper pushed to Golden Eagles, I was like, I think Hyper wins this.
Yeah. I mean, it's N-Hyper pushing.
Yeah.
The only one team that is scarier than N-Hyper pushing is YKG pushing. The only way to kill YKG is to, I guess, run across them in rotation and then just have a Rube Goldberg machine of whatever.
Yeah, or just try to catch YKG in rotation, like it happened early on in the match, and then you might be able to actually just get rid of them. As a team saw that Joey was by himself in prison, and they kind of went for it. But we're talking about Dub Slayers there. You know what? Let's see how they're doing today versus yesterday. And today, oh, okay, Dub Slayers, take it away.
Yeah, really, really good. Good damage, good eliminations. It's been 3 maps. So to have 9 average eliminations, that's enough of a sample size for them to say that their day is going very, very well. And the average damage also, if you remember yesterday, they basically had one really good game where they won the round, but they had like not that many eliminations to go along with it. So here is a Dope Slayers that's looking a lot more like what we saw in the beginning of last week.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that team performing that well. And you mentioned it, 9 elims. They played 2 matches so far today. Love to see it. Let's take a look at the overalls. And Hyper actually being able to pass YKG and with a 20-point lead. And if I'm thinking at the overall for both weeks combined, they're getting very, very close there to passing YKG.
Yeah, I think YKG would still have a 5-point lead because if I remember correctly, YKG had a 25-point. So, you know, do the quick math there yourself. But still, it's them 2 ahead of everyone else because Execute, Dope Slayers, Phoenix, we still have yet to see the Chosen truly rise up. We have yet to see MEZEXIS, yet to see Golden Eagles, who are the teams that were right behind YKG and N-Hyper. So while they are like fighting it out still, and it's good to see these teams kind of climb up, the separation, man. I gotta wait to see the overall to really see how bad it is, but I'm really worried for these other teams' chances of like breaking through that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen between those teams and also the overall. By the way, the Chosen there in the first page, I did see them getting some placement points, which makes me really happy. And then talking about placement points, you know I have to go there. Puppeteer continuing on those 2 placement points there. It feels like day 2, they're still allergic to him, and they actually have not gotten that many eliminations. Puppeteer is just having an awful day. Golden Eagles currently barely being able to hold on to that 16th place. And then Men04, a team that we heard the caster saying that they did make a switch at one point in the game. They thought that they were going to be able to do good, but so far, Men04 in 18th place.
Yeah, and, you know, if you are one of the teams that have played all 3 maps today so far, looking at Mobility and K19, and you're still in the bottom 4 of the week, really not a good feeling.
Yeah, not a good feeling at all. And I'm looking at BOPE Esports. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to get out of that stretch. Same with K19. I'm actually surprised to see K19 there, but this is good, right? We don't want to continue to see the same teams at the bottom that we saw last week. At least not all the teams that are at the bottom.
Not all.
At the beginning of the show, though, we were talking about a team that needs to start outperforming the top 2 dogs in YKG and N-Hyper, and that's actually Execute. I feel like Execute today so far, they have had a great day, but I want to see if they are actually outperforming YKG because YKG is not having one of the better days so far.
It's true. They're not. I think it's going to... Ooh, okay, damage.
Wow.
Ooh. We're gonna, yeah, this definitely favors Execute 100%. Oh, the 0.33, that's the same. It's the same. Shut up. The average damage is significantly higher, or it's statistically significant higher on Execute, and that's survival time as well. As you said, YKG, they have been struggling so far in a lot of these rounds, and even yesterday, if I remember correctly, there were a few rounds that they didn't get any placements, even though they got a couple of eliminations on the side of YKG. So that sort of like juggernaut strong consistency that we saw from week 1 might be slowing down, and they're good enough that we don't really notice it yet on the overall leaderboard, but this could be a sign of things to come.
What's crazy to me, looking at this stats, is the elims, right? Yeah, the average survival time, you can definitely see YKG has been getting eliminated super early on, but for YKG to still be able to average 5 elims in just 14 minutes, that's just how impressive that team has been and how impressive they are when they get into fights. And I think it kind of sends a message to Execute, like, yeah, you're having a great day, you're being able to get more placement points than YKG, but you're also going to have to step it up in the elimination department because right now their head-to-head if we were just going for elims, and I mean, they're still gonna have to catch up on the overall as well. So Execute needs to step it up in a big part. Why not? Let's take a look at the Chosen. You know what? A Chosen, been a team that I kind of been pushing for. We saw Gotchi being able to do some amazing things in a buggy. Let's take a look at an interview from them, part number 2.
Now to mix things up a bit, you know, besides PUBG Mobile, what keeps you busy?
我其实现在是一名大一的学生，然后在比赛之余，我还要参与学校的课程和活动，然后我的专业是 Computer Science， 所以说我平时也挺忙的，然后每天都需要就是尽量的完成学校的作业和课余活动，然后再挤出时间和队友一起训练来完成这个比赛。对。
For my next question, we know that the Chosen has an active Chinese roster with Youth Camp. Would you ever consider joining it if you ever got the chance? And why?
我觉得如果说我有这个机会的话，我还是会选择加入这个青训营的。我也很高兴，很乐意去加入这个青训营，因为首先打职业就是我的一个梦想吧。我觉得如果能够加入这个青训营，也是为我这个梦想助了一大波力。所以说如果有机会的话，我觉得我还是很乐意加入的。
Last but not least, would you like to say anything to the fans out there?
就是谢谢大家的支持吧，就是我觉得也是因为大家对我的支持，所以说我才会在我圆梦的这个路上更有动力然后我也会在这一届比赛中打好最好的自己，给大家一个最完美的交代。谢谢大家。
Glad we got a chance to hear there from Subpick. I mean, a team that I was kind of hinted at there when we were looking at the overall. I'm glad they're starting to get those placement points, and I'm glad they're starting to put into position there to win those matches. We saw exactly what happened there in Sanhok. But next match, it's one of your favorites, Cam. Vikendi. Vikendi's coming up.
Yeah. No, really excited for this. And I'm also excited that, frankly, and Hyper don't have to be involved in this because they have been on a tear so far, and we know that if they're able to get a spot, they can defend it. Vikendi is one of the best maps to defend a position from. So, like, let someone else get points, please.
You know who's going to be looking to get those points? YKG, because it is going to be their last match. Well, let's look so far our predictions today. I feel like we've gotten so... Oh, one, two. Dave. You're picking in circle 5, Dave. Can we go to Dave real quick? Dave, what's going on?
What's going on is somebody is not tallying up the points correctly because obviously I do not have 0 still. It's just impossible, Hot Jukes.
I am shocked as well, Dave. I know that you are back here, and you are Stats Dave after all. You're talking to these players, so the fact that you have 0, you must be like YKG, just having fun today. All right? That's what it's got to be.
Well, talk about having fun. I think we got Vikendi next.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
What's the question? What is the question for game?
Water circle. Water circle. Yes or no, Dave? Let's get it.
See, they don't keep tabs on the important questions. And talking about important questions, are you? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Are you typing this code in right now? Because we got 600 UC on the line for you, brother. Type it in right now. Get it while it's hot, Hot Jukes.
Money, money, money. You love to see it here. Love the fact that they're now giving away some UC during these shows. Just that little extra added sprinkle on top of just watching some amazing competitive PUBG Mobile. Let's go, baby. It's Vikendi. We know we're going to get that water circle. You know YKG is going to do whatever the heck they want. I mean, just seeing their pushes early on, Dave, they're just vibing out today. I could just see it, all right? So the fact that this whole Hyper, YKG, blah, 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 you know, just seeing how they've been performing, I just think that they're just looking to get a little extra heavy in the beginning. It's working out sometimes, and sometimes it's not. But yeah, I mean, I think when the time gets tough, they'll put up the points when they need them.
Yeah, well, remember, I brought up a great point yesterday. YKG Fears is going to be out the last 2 days because of travel. So they're looking to stack up as many points as possible in these first 2 days so that when Fears is out and about hitting up the town, they don't need to stress too much about slipping and sliding down the overall leaderboards here, Hot Juke. So that is the plan, my man. And talking about the plan, okay, I see a little bit of water action in it. Not like we're used to seeing, but it's still there. You know what I'm saying? It's still there. So
it's still there.
It's still there. When you're right, you're right. Golden Eagles, though. Wow. All the way up there. Okay.
All the way to the top.
All the way to the top. Respect that. There's a couple other squads up there as well. The Panthers. You got Phoenix. You got Pope. So actually a little Metaphor. I can keep naming them. A bunch of teams up here in the north. We'll keep tabs on them because Gaji, are we solo? Dolo? Yes, we are.
Interesting from Gaji. All right. Does he have a buggy? He does not. So me not seeing a buggy from Gaji is going to raise a little bit of concern because if he did, I would have, I'd be completely fine. The dude is a legend with a buggy. But trying to find his way into this zone. Looking a little bit spicy here, Dave. To start things off in this Vikendi match. Question is guys, who do you think will have the most eliminations this Vikendi? That's what we'll be predicting as the game goes on. So for those of you in the chat, just keep watching, keep an eye out. So far, it's nice and quiet, all right? Looting up. Looting and scooting. Chapter 4. Chapter 3? Chapter 3.
Who was the that guy on the break asking all those questions to the Chosen? Who was that guy?
Who was that guy, dude? I don't know. He was handsome, though.
That guy knows a thing or two, you know?
He sure does. He sure does, dude. It was so cool to see, get a chance to talk with everybody out there, you know, not to mention, you know, the Chosen with their Chinese youth camp. I mean, it's crazy to see, like, the level that these guys train in the East. It's ridiculous, dude. So I'm just going to leave it there. It is insane. The hours that those guys put in. They're treated like athletes, man. Legitimate athletes, Dave.
I believe it. I believe it. And talking about believing something, looks like Phoenix Esports believing that they should evacuate the northern tip of Vikendi as soon as possible. Looks like all the squad mates were able to acquire a weapon. Now they're going to be looking to reposition. Most likely going to go for a wide rotate, maybe even pass through port and just try to make their approach into Circle 1 as safe as possible. If I had to guess, we might see them pop in around Dino Park, maybe a little bit north of that, just because of the plane path here. So I like where their head's at. Get that loot quickly and reposition, rotate as early as possible to avoid the gatekeeping action that most likely will be ahead for a couple of these other teams here. I'm bringing that up because the Golden Eagles still kind of slow. Remember, the Golden Eagles, we talked about them all the way up there. A little slower than I would like to see.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're all the way up in Trev. No, they're looting. They're going to wait to the last second to rotate. So,
but how do you feel about that? Waiting to the last second to rotate?
With this zone, it's not that troublesome. I mean, the thing about Vikendi is that even though it's, you know, not a very large map, the thing is that there's so much cover, like everywhere. Like, even if it looks like there isn't any, there's so many hills, rocks. You can approach from almost every angle. So if this is going to be the one map where I can say that that's okay, I would say that this is the one. It's definitely not optimal, that's for sure. But I think if you time it right, you could catch a nice third party on the way in and soak up some points. You know what I'm saying? But you have to time it right. It's got to be perfect.
It's got to be perfect. Cooked to perfection here, Hot
Correct.
Juke. So we kind of chatted a lot about and Hyper. We chatted about Men of 4, really trying to make that comeback here today, bringing in its FP. Men of 4, looking at their stats, 18th place. Wow. Most of the points coming from Elims. But we'll get back to that because we got some action here, baby. We got the Chosen looking up, square up against Dope Slayers.
Let's go. Dope Slayers feeling themselves after winning the last match. The Chosen, though, have definitely made some crazy plays. Stellar's got that DBS locked and loaded. Castle finish, the dream. Could you imagine? I'm imagining. I'm hoping for it right now. If we get a castle finish, that's on my bingo card here, Dave.
Subpig trying to get the confirm with the grenades over here. But Dope Slayers, we're missing Roberto across the way, Hot Jukes. That's got me big concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of castle right there. You know, it's really tough to get in here, especially if you do not have a vehicle. Oh, a nice nade there. Just a little bit off the mark from Hayuya. That is going to piece up Subpig, but that's an eviction nade. That's saying that, hey, you got another one coming right here for you, buddy. Ooh,
that's a
right above his
firework.
head. That was not a bad nade, though. That was not a bad nade. Let's say that. Subpig? Oh, wait, did that bounce backwards? Yeah, he even checked. He was like, did that? It did. It did bounce back on him. So just an unfortunate nade there from Subpig, hitting the little edge of that box.
I'm surprised with the amount of shots and grenades and utility we've been seeing implemented from both sides, how they're both still alive. You know, they're both still active.
We're not going to see this fight continue. We should just move on.
You think it's going to settle down, sizzle out here?
100%. Yeah, at a certain point, you got to just look at and just realize, hey, you know what? It's probably better we just become neighbors for now.
Ooh, Subpig was able to double back right there.
We'll look this way. You guys look that way. And, you know, we'll catch you towards the end of the map. It looks like, Nesquik caught Gaji and finished him. Oh, Stellar jumped down, so now Dope needs to full send this. Full send it on in. Ani. DBS, no way you jump down, Ani. No way, you won't. You won't. You won't. Bop, bop. Got him. Nice switch. Going up top for the 1v1. Got him again. On Ying! Saying, I am pissed. I am not handling none of this. Oh, yeah. He's catching those angles. Is he going to jump on in? Oh, that was a nice shot. He needs to get some utility. Subpig's here now to help. Now they're going to come on down. One nade is all it takes. One Molotov, too. Ooh, throw an offensive smoke. On Ying. Offensive smoke onto them. That'll open it up for you with that DBS. Nice one. That is a smoke. You didn't think it was a nade. Oh, blind shot, Dave. Right through the smoke. Anying's on fire.
That's gonna be cooking this grenade though. Looking for that retaliation. Bark back right there. Is it going to connect? Oh, from the side though. Anying still popping off. Was able to take out Roberto.
Where's Subpig? What are you doing?
No heals left. Couple boosts, but
you don't need him.
Nesquik looking for it. Gonna be cooking the grenade.
Subpig.
That one's good. Oh, Volton though. See you later.
Subpig finally here. Gonna go ahead and catch him. Finish off all those players. Very, very smart. Oh, and now the jump down. And they're done! Anying! The man, the myth, the legend. With the 1v3 and then Subpig coming to just finish things off. I mean, this man is disgusting. What is he on?
Yeah, shout out to Anying right there, but
he's
honestly,
on Ying.
He's on Ying. Yeah, honestly though, that fight was just hectic and sloppy from both ends. Though, if we had to be real, like Stellar jumping down to get the possible revive, actually jumped down in the sight lines and was immediately flushed. Then Roberto, way downtown, showing up late. Their invitation must have got lost in the mail right there. Just a lot of back and forth action. It was just really sloppy right there. And if it wasn't for Anying, I think the Chosen would have been taken out there just as easily as we saw Dope Slayers lose.
You know, there's something that a lot of these teams, especially here in North America, I don't think any North American team has learned the becoming neighbors strat. They're not very neighborly here in NA, because sometimes that is the play. You know, if you have a team in a very similar compound next to you, not too close, sometimes it's better to just look at each direction, fight together, and wait for that zone to close, and then battle it out when the time comes right. But, you know,
Talk about
NA,
battling it out. Yeah.
they're just full pushing, dude, no matter what. Here comes YKG on Phoenix.
Talk about battling it out. One team that is not who you want to be neighbors with. Whoa, okay. Diamonds jumping on out right there. Was able to get that support from the squad mates, but 24K from behind. Gonna be tagging and bagging Diamonds. One more shot. Could have done him in, but Execute now down there trying to third party. It looks like Phoenix Esports battered, man. They got destroyed right there. They're down to just that solo, and almost as quick as that fight erupted and finished, we got another one on our hands. The Panthers and MEZEXIS.
Here we go. What are the Panthers gonna do? Trick with the nade. Another eviction nade coming in real hot. Can he hold it down for just a little while longer? That would definitely help his squad. But man, just shots coming up all over the place. Trick just trying to find another opening.
Looking at MEZEXIS, they're down to just a duo once again. So this is a 2v4 right now. But I don't believe the Panthers are even aware with the amount of noise and ruckus that MEZEXIS are putting out
Nice
right
shot from
now.
Trick.
The Panthers aren't even pushing this, even though they have the numbers advantage. And that's just how good MEZEXIS are, kind of masking the fact that there's only a duo.
No, I think that there's something with the Panthers here today. I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk with them, figure out what's going on in their heads, because they are playing this so much slower than they ever have. You know, usually you see them be a lot more reckless, but now they are just playing it hyper passive, just looking like it's like almost they won't even push unless they get one knock first. And because of that, man, they are just getting pieced up bit by bit. So they're even stay grouped up. Like, they're trying to play passive, but look how tight they are. I mean, because they're so used to pushing like this. So it's just really interesting. So they're trying something different here today. They have to be, at least in my eyes.
I do see them in vehicles, and they look like they might be on full retreat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
well.
Something's up. Something's up.
Next zone does pop, and it's the opposite direction they were heading. So very interesting plays coming out from them. PUPPETEER, dead center, feeling good, looking to be consistent with those 2 to 3 kill points per game. Metaphor, 3 points underneath their belt as we see them cruising for a bruising in the Zima. But over here, the Angry Amateurs being active here. Couple elims underneath their belt. They did lose one already. They're going to be down a member. But they have to make that push because recall, next circle did pop, and it's just a little south of here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to go down right next to Winery. WALLSTREETBETS, they have no clue, but if they did edge it on the circle, they will have that entire side of the map to themselves. Peekaboo! SLR, skills of mind, battling it out here. Christine in big trouble here at this broken wall. Pushes it regardless with the DBS, but oh, Execute all the way up top. Man, those third parties, they hurt.
Yeah, the tunnel vision too, man. I get it. You need points. You need these points. I get it, but yeah, the third party Execute from the high top, the high ground, just overlooking that that mess of a fight right there, able to capitalize on that. Now wasted. Okay, new plan. Camp in the back of the dump truck. New
When
plan.
in doubt, camp
New
it out.
plan.
When in doubt,
They're
camp it
never
out.
going to look here, Hot Jukes. That's what's happening. They'll never find me. I got my 3 limbs. I'm chilling. I'm good to go. Angry Amateurs squaring up against YKG. Joey Fears. No match for them. Some points going their way. Angry Amateurs taken out.
R.I.P. Angry Amateurs. This isn't Sanhok, unfortunately. If this were Sanhok, they would have wiped that whole entire side of the map. But if Vikendi, I think it's because of the cold, Dave. They got to get them jackets on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Got to get that warmness because it seems to be Sanhok. They are just unstoppable. Zone! Nice and centered up here. It's an Abby finish here, Dave. How do you feel about the circle?
I'm feeling good. If Execute up there with their split, they have a ton of vision, ton of sight lines, and a lot of intel on their opponents. So they're going to be able to third party the heck out of all these teams up there in the north now with the pressure on them behind their backs. But the thing is, we talk about Execute and their splits all the time. Is it going to be their demise if YKG opt to push in their general direction? Because usually when Execute are defending with their splits, they're not up against the top teams in the lobby. This time around, YKG are going to be in the mix here, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they are. Now, who do you feel is going to have the most eliminations here, Dave?
Has to be Execute. Has to be Execute.
I got to agree.
With their current position, as long as their duo doesn't get full crashed on by YKG.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, though. I mean, YKG is a duo themselves. All they got to do is just clear their backs, and they should be fine. Oh, what a nade, though, from Kubi to open things up. It's Vikendi, baby. Let's get some hype in the chat as Wall Street Bets looking to add some more points to their total. Let's go, Dave.
Dude, get a nade. Things don't work your way. Instant dip right there. Instant dip. Wow. Okay. Wall Street Bets coming out on top of that one. They should have a couple moments to loot the crates, get them boosts going, share the loot, and prepare for the next zone here, as they do have a pretty solid position right now. We're all picking Execute.
Everybody
okay.
picking Execute. All right. Everybody
All right.
saw that I picked Execute first, so now everybody follows me. I understand. I am him when it comes to picking lately. So I guess
Him. Not
him.
sure what that means, but I get the drift. And talking about getting the drift, oh man, they're smoking it up. They're smoking up the church. And look at this. Not something we're used to seeing. The Puppeteers being proactive. They must have the intel that only a duo is here. They're looking at full send. They're looking to make the push, but it is 24K. And Joey from YKG on the defense right now, snaking it out in the grass, in the smokes. Joey with the shotgun in hand.
There's Dong. I see him. Now that Dong is here. YKG better be afraid. Watch your back. They're looking forward, though. Oh, that Molotov just so off the mark.
All of them. Off the mark.
All of them. Yeah, not
All
even
of them
finding
off
a
the
spot.
mark.
But here comes Dong. Does he have that doorbell ready? Oh, not yet. Second thoughts. Second thoughts. Rex.
Ooh, their anchor Fang was spotted by the solo from Phoenix
tough
Esports
nades.
up there on the clock tower. So that's going to set them back when it comes to the oversight.
Yep. I mean, this is a 4v2, yo. Push it. Like, just push it. Overload. You're wasting too much time.
Dong
You can get
going for the
third-partied
pickup.
any
Dong's
second.
pulling back.
I don't know what's going. Yeah, this
Dong's
is a bad play.
pulling back for the
this is
pickup.
A terrible play. This is a terrible play from Puppeteers, at least in my opinion, because they're lucky that another squad should be third-partying them by now. But there's so much chaos going on that none of these teams have decided to go on the hardship side here, and it allows them to extend this fight. So, like, I don't get it, but hey, each their own, baby. Joey on the run.
Oh my goodness, they snuck out. They snuck out
This
the
is
back door.
wild to me. This is wild to me.
They
I don't
snuck out the back door.
understand. I don't get it. I'm confused, Dave. I'm confused.
Dong has the
Oh!
sense, though. Okay,
The neighbor strat, Dave.
I don't know if that's what's
Maybe
happening,
it
but
is.
sure.
Now, why not, right? I mean, if this is it, I don't know what is. I wouldn't expect this to be a neighbor strat, especially when you're in a 4v2 situation and they're trapped in a building. You know, just hashtag send it. Now they're sending it.
Nice molly down there below. Now, YKG with the advantage, in my opinion, if the Puppeteers do get thirsty and want to push this one. because the sight lines are there. 24K is going to be whiffing a couple of the UMP shots. Joey though,
catches
with the
Fang.
follow-up grenade onto Fang.
They
Fang
win
down
this.
once again and confirmed right there from the Joester.
The bounce
Double
hit, the
barrel
bounce hit.
shotgun, so the Puppeteers know exactly where the duo is now. The question is, do they get an Azima and retreat, or do they opt to push this and risk getting taken out here, Hot Juice?
Dude, I am so shook that this fight is taking so long. Here comes Execute on to Meta 4. Can Slimmy hold it down? Oh, that Molly's close. I'm close enough. Oh, pre-fire. Oh, just
Slimmy.
barely off the mark. No, he did hit him. He did hit him. Yeah, but Casper did stay up. And it does, I don't not see the other player of Meta 4. Nah, looking to throw some nades. Too late.
See ya.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Metaphor, see
Okay.
you later.
Where's
I
YKG?
want to know about this fight. This is what I
Yeah.
want to know. So Joey's
Plays up.
down, actually.
24K in trouble. I think they were both on that line. I do not know if they're going to be able to get this res.
They might be able to because no one's pushing.
And then look, finally the third party. It only took an hour, but now it's here, and now Puppeteers are going to get punished for taking so dang long on this fight.
Oh, now they're on the rooftop at
It's a
that.
Puppeteer sandwich.
Now they're on the rooftop. Wow.
And they're in zone, too, and this is a perfect spot. Joey just... And he's got his teammate there. They're good. They're chilling.
Little
Nice
pre-molly
nade. That's a
action
nice
right
molly.
there. Yeah. Dong is right beneath them. Dong hasn't moved in a hot minute right now. So Dong might be that spoiler
Oh,
player, but
fade up top.
Execute across the way as well, Hot Jukes. We're going to have to keep an eye on them as they start cresting that hilltop.
Yeah, be careful. 24K's just got to hold that position for a little bit longer. Honestly, YKG is in a pretty disgusting spot here. Like, they could definitely make it happen, especially if the zone just goes right onto them and they don't got to move. Oh, it's going to be tough to take them out.
Yeah, them and Execute. Fate right there. I love Fate on top of that mountaintop. So they should be able to kind of see each other here very shortly. But the thing is, YKG, they might be a little hungry, a little thirsty to take these
Joey went
easy
down.
shots on Wall Street Bets right below them.
Yeah, Joey went down and he was thirsted. So now it's just 24K on that roof. That's tough. I don't know how that happened. I mean, they should have just stuck together. Joey got hungry. It was Joey just saw it, went for it, got beamed. A lot of players still remaining here, folks. Anybody's
But only
game
one
to
team
win
has
it.
4, and that's Execute.
That's Execute, and they have the high ground. It worked for Obi-Wan. It worked for N-Hyper. Should work for them. Only team that I think that could really spoil them, in my eyes, is Wall Street Bets.
Jason with the pre-fire through the smokes down there,
Back to the
anticipating a push through the smoke tunnel. Love to see
Casper.
it. Casper on the boulder, holding down another smoke over here. Going to be cooking
whole
his
team should be here.
grenade. Going to be cooking it, hopefully to perfection. As Wasted is prone right
Where's
there
the
in
team?
the grass right there.
There
Some
they go.
skills of mine, taking them out.
I was about to say, I was waiting. Like, where's the whole squad? The whole squad should have been instantly on this, clearing this side of the map. Now all you got to do is focus inwards. Very, very nice from Execute.
Ooh, Casper pushing a little too far right there is going to be spotted.
That's a mistake. That is a... this is baseball. That's an unforced error right there.
Probably going to bleed out too. I can't imagine. Think of, oh, we're trying to save them though. Tensa risking their life right now. Pulling up with the vehicle. Does have the boulder for cover. Needs to avoid those grenades. But Dong, the answer right now for Puppeteer. Gonna be cooking it, lean, peeking it. Gonna be tossing it. You can have it. You can have it. You can have it. Oh, Dong off the mark right there. Hot Jukes.
Oh, full running out in the open with Jason. Having all the sight longs, but Dong makes it into the building, and now he's on fire. Goodbye, Dong.
Can smell it from here, man.
Woo.
Roasting, cooking to perfection, and now the Puppeteers, they were holding down this position for the majority of this game and just letting it go, letting it slip through their fingers here. And
Okay.
Tensa was able to get a pickup.
Execute should win this game 100%. I am saying that right now. Fate with a beautiful molly. I'm sorry, grenade. All they got to do is just play it out, and they should win this one. Only a matter of time. Faye gets a nice knock, and now we should see a full push from Execute. to just take the rest of the game. Here comes Exotic running on the open.
Got
And
him.
caught through the window. Beautifully done. There's a reason why every one of us decided to pick on Execute as they get a nice dub here in Vikendi.
Execute with Tensa back in the mix. Remember, this team with Tensa, we were talking to Fate and Jason. They told us confidence. One word, confidence is what the
Yes.
team has now with Tensa back on it with all their previous experience in competitive play. And that right there, 11 elims looking to climb the leaderboards here this week, Jukes.
Woo, 12 eliminations and a chicken dinner. That's going to make them get a nice thick jump on those leaderboards here, especially for it only being day number 2. Look at that, Execute all over Fate. Wow, 6 eliminations, 3 grenade elims, longest elim. He was just on top of it here in this game. But with that kind of position, that was their game to win, and they got it.
3 Fates on the screen right there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, guess what? We got more games to go. One more game to go. Don't go anywhere. Day 2 coming right back at you.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Vikendi, what a match we just had. By the way, on those videos, I hope they cast Cameron Davis in the future because I seen his sit-up form, and it's on point. All right, I just wanted to put that out there. I got you, Cam. I got you. Let's look at the match
Appreciate
ranking,
it. The best manager in the biz. Seven Worlds Gaming.
I'll take that 7% cut. Execute being able to get those 22 points. Great win here out of Execute.
Yeah, listen, we called it. I mean, granted, we called it at phase 5, but they were in such a strong position to just take control of the north side. And then the form that we've seen from them today, full confidence across the entire talent board that they would be able to execute, get it, and get a huge number of points with it.
Yeah, and then WALLSTREETBETS being able to get 11 points. And a big surprise for me, PUPPETEER finally not being allergic to those placement points. At one time, we thought we were going to have to predict to get a win, and we were actually pulling for PUPPETEER, but we were questioning it because they're usually allergic to the placement points. Well, guess what? They're able to secure 8 points total for them.
Yeah, because they had no elimination points, so they couldn't go out until they got their 3.
We saw Vikendi there. Let's go to the second page. Golden Eagles, man. Actually, let's not talk about them just yet. All right, we'll get a chance to talk about them later on. But a team that actually disappointed me was Super Laser Reflex. I felt like yesterday they started off super strong. I thought we were going to be seeing a completely different Super Laser Reflex this week. But I feel like today they're just going back to more of what we saw week 1.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm starting to get more and more curious on specific map preferences for these teams. They've played enough of all of them that we can start to maybe catch some patterns here. And it might just be that some of these guys aren't particularly good on Vikendi or Sanhok. Or, I mean, no one's good on Sanhok. You're just lucky.
Say that to the Hyper. They've been able to maintain a top 5 in Sanhok somehow, some way. Which, if you would have asked me if I thought that was going to happen out of them, I would have never expected. But you know what? A team that did win, execute that last match. Let's actually take a look at the player stats because I feel like Fate has been performing really well. And wow, average damage 557 and also averaging about 3 ilms per match.
Yeah, listen, it's not so far ahead that he is just a one-man army, but he is definitely leading the charge here for the rest of the team. And what's also good is that Tensa, his numbers look a lot better from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was just a quick little snapshot. So again, we specified that we didn't want to read too much into it, but it's still very, very good that he is able to, you know, pick himself up a little bit and continue to be, granted, the more supporting side of things, but a veteran support to help the rest of the team charge forward. And I mean, Fate popping off for the numbers that he is, it's looking, I mean, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, for me, Fate was one of the biggest question marks. He had an amazing fall season last year, so for him to be able to be performing like this in the spring, it's great to see. And also, what was impressive for me out of those stats that we just got a chance to see there is that he's currently putting out the most damage, most ilms, and on top of that, he also has the most average survival time, which I feel like it's super impressive. We usually don't tend to see that, right? Usually, if you do end up having the most damage or the most ilms, you tend to see that player with just a lot less average survival time.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the playstyle, right? I think you might be referring to Joey with that.
No
who
comment.
Tends to be a little like high risk, high reward. There are some players that are like that, but Execute seems to be, granted, it's because their week 1 was kind of a miss, but week 2 is looking a lot better. It's a lot more like team as a whole live and die together, whereas YKG, you know, the good part is that they can survive when one of them goes off and does something weird, but like the rest can like clutch it out, and that'll make those survival numbers even more disparate from each other. But it also means that sometimes they don't play as a team as well as you'd love to see them.
Well, I don't want to jinx Execute, but I would like to see what happens. If for some reason Fate does go out early, I don't want to see it, but I kind of want to see it. Anyways, a team that
also,
I do want to see.
realized my hair looks like some Grinch stole Christmas. But let me fix that.
Jimmy Neutron, what do you mean? Anyways.
Oh yeah, we're that.
A team that you actually want to see is Golden Eagles, and I thought after what we saw out of them week 1, I thought this team was going to be bringing it. It was going to be one of the biggest surprises here out of NA. But if we look at the comparison of what they did last week to this week, I think we might actually end up seeing a big difference here as Golden Eagles has just fallen off.
Yeah, almost half the elims. Actually, it is literally half the elims, almost half the damage. It is a completely different team. Remember, in week 1, also known as phase 1, they ended in 5th place. Really not that far behind MEZEXIS, who are also struggling, and the Chosen, who are in the mix right now. We don't really know. But right now, like they're at the bottom. They're at the bottom. They might not be 20th, but like they're definitely double digits. They are definitely like lower than 15th place. It is not a good look for them right now, and I have no clue what changed because wait, fine. They started off the week poor. Whatever, that's fine. Everyone gets one day, right? We have enough days here in the regular season that you can trip up a little bit. You can sort of, I don't want to say experimenting, but like, you know, test the limits, limit test, right? 2 days in a row performing this bad after having a really solid week 1 is very, very worrying for the rest of this season.
It really is. And not what I wanted to see out of that team, especially with what I mentioned earlier. I expected them to continue to do that performance really well. But you know what? Let's take a look at the schedule. And the last map coming up, which is going to be Erangel, we are going to have Group A sitting out. And if I remember correctly, YKG is going to be sitting out on this next one. And Hyper finally going to be able to bring the hype again. They are going to be coming back in with K19. We'll see what these teams are going to be able to do. And Hyper, I do hope they finish off today strong.
Yeah, and already it's been such a great day for them, and here is the moment that they can finally overtake YKG, because YKG got like, it was, what was it, like a 5-point difference? YKG got maybe 3 points last game, if even. It wasn't great for them. If NHyper come out swinging once again, they're going to finally upset YKG.
Yeah, another team that I want to do good is Execute. Please continue to do well, because you are going to start catching up to YKG if YKG continues to perform like this. Even though when we saw that comparison, it was still good. By the way, use the hashtag PMPL NA. You do, if anything, surprise you around here, please. And tag us while you're at it, too. I am here in Erangel's ready, so let's go to the casters, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave.
Get it on! Final game of the day, final code of the day. Go and get it if you haven't already. Let's get it going, baby. It is Execute's time to shine and put some big points on this leaderboard. Dave, what are your thoughts going into this last match?
What are my thoughts? Well, if you're in the chat, keep it up. I mean, you guys are a lively bunch. Thanks for tuning on in live. Make sure you hit that like button, that subscribe, get them codes while you can, because this is the last game of the evening. Man, how today went by so quickly, Hot Juke. So quickly. I'm trying to think, like, was there one of those moments today that like really stood out to you? I have to say, for me, it had to have been the Fairy Pier game that we had earlier on, and it was NHyper. Their ability to just move together, you know, make that quick decision, make that push. Yes. They're just on another level. You know, when we look at other teams, they try to do that. They start the push, they start the crash, but then just lock up. You know, they just lock up midway. But NHyper, they just, from start to finish, just go through the whole thing, all the motions. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, hey, at least we went out as a team. So definitely something that a couple of these teams could take some inspiration from moving into the next couple days here.
What can you say, man? What can you say? I think it's their time to shine, especially if you're Execute. Especially if you're Execute. When you're on, Dave. You know what I'm saying?
When you're on, you're on. Is what Hot Jukes likes to say.
Yep. So I think that right now, I think it's Execute's time to really just capitalize. Just go off that momentum. Finish strong here today, because you don't know how tomorrow's going to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
So put up those points. Put yourself in a safe position. YKG, one of the best teams in this lobby, is out of this match. So I think with that wide open, you should be able to just get it done. No excuses. Let's go. It's Erangel.
No excuses. You are right. That's a fact. But there is one excuse, and that's the team in the lobby. They're going to be competing here. Last match of the evening. Talking about excuses. Skills of mine. Skills of mine yesterday. I believe this was a team. It was game 5. And you and I were kind of having a little chat about it, a little chit chat about them. Kind of a team that ramps up. You know, ramps up as the evening goes on. And I think what that might be contributed towards is you start the day, you got the game plan, you're a little nervous. And by the end of the night, you're like, screw the game plan. You know, we're just going to play some PUBG Mobile. And they're playing a lot looser. We saw that last night. We're seeing this now. I mean, 2 elims right off the rip. It just goes back to that topic that we always talk about, like the mental, you know, not letting the nerves get in the way of things here, because as the night progresses, some of these squads, they just play a little more loose. And when they're playing loose, they're playing better, Hot Juke.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen that every single tournament here, especially towards that like last day of the tournament where those teams are at the bottom and got nothing to do, nothing to lose. They just start having fun and start fragging out. So hopefully we can see some of the same from these teams that have been struggling so far in this tournament. Here comes Skills of Mind. Looking to take advantage of Men of Fours. Unfortunate start to this game. And oh, Trex gets caught. But a nice little angle from Wasted is going to finish things up. Beautifully done.
And this goes to prove the point that we were just saying. This team is playing a lot more loose. We haven't really seen a push like this from Skills of Mine tonight. They're always getting caught out in the open, crashing into the bull. They're doing Lord knows what. But now they're playing loose. They're playing the game. They're having fun. And they're looking good while doing it. Already 4 elite points very early on. That's equivalent to a 4th place finish, Hot Jukes.
Woo!
Exactly. So maybe some I think it's food for thought, right? Is that the slogan?
Yep.
Just have fun. You know, at the end of the day, we're playing PUBG mode. We're playing a game, man. We're out here having fun. So Skills of Mind having a lot of fun here on the last match of the evening.
Gotta agree. I gotta agree. You know, like when it comes down to it, this is a game, right? You gotta have fun with it. Yeah, we're playing for competitive. The stakes are high, but you gotta realize that that's what it is. And I think, especially for a lot of pro players out there, I think they lose sight of that. You know, they get kind of caught up in the whole job of everything because at the end of the day, it is a job. These guys are playing full time, just like any other athlete that you see out there. They dedicate a lot of their life to this game. But if you're having fun doing it and you're enjoying it with your teammates, man, is it going to just make those times where you're behind so much easier to come back from, Dave.
Yeah, and to kind of tack on to that, yeah, it might be a job, but enjoy it. You know, like not many people can say this is my job. You know what I'm saying? So live in the moment, enjoy the fact that this is the job, and just do your best. Have fun.
Yep.
Make friends along the way.
And hit that Cheer Park, baby. I love Cheer Park now for practicing, you know, spray control. I love that addition PUBG Mobile made. I've been using it a lot lately, and man, has it helped my sprays out big time.
What about World of Wonder? Have you made custom map?
I haven't yet.
Mark?
I haven't yet, so I'm gonna have to go and do that here soon.
Okay, that is unlocking my third eye. You know, trying to make my own little mustache Dave map over here.
I'm gonna have to take a look at that.
Fun stuff. New update. Who dis? And talking about who dis. Was that just Hyper like driving by, you know, circling the Chosen and taking a couple shots and just continuing to drive by? Well, is that what I just saw right there? What was that about?
Oh, yes, sir, you did. They are just hashtag chilling at this point.
Okay. Golden Eagles over here too. Okay, I think what 7 from the desk said Golden Eagles. Look out for them here this game, if I'm not mistaken. I remember hearing their name. Up against Hyper though, that is not where you want to be this early on. Oh, 7 said nope. I guess no one said the Golden Eagles. Maybe that was just my imagination, but
could have been.
Could have been. I got a big one. I got a big imagination. Beowulf though, gonna be cooking this grenade. Can we imagine an elim here early on, Hot Jukes?
I'm imagining it. My brain is there. I have my fingers on my temples. This nade from Beowulf, I mean, is gonna rise. Is gonna hit these shots. See, I was right. And now GK First is saying, hey, do I leave, bro? I think I leave. Out of there. Out of there.
Oh, okay. I see. We were imagining them on the desk to do better because they did better week 1 and they're not doing too good week 2. So that right there, hey, 1 point in the pocket. You imagine it, it happens, Hot Jukes.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, and Hyper losing one early on. That's good for this lobby, right?
Military base wide open. Casper down there. Like, what are your thoughts on Millie being wide open right now? Would you want? Obviously, we see this, right? But think about it. You're in the game. Like, would this be a call?
Yes.
Especially now. Especially now.
It's the call. It is 100% my call, Dave. I mean, I'm telling you, I knew it was coming. So I am so shocked to see players not have already moved here, Dave.
So if you're execute, do you bridge camp though? That's
Out of
my
there.
question.
No,
Do you
out
bridge
of
camp
there.
or just go to Millie
Out of
and
there.
just center up, square up, and just hold down a position and guard it with your life?
Dave.
That's okay.
100%. Just secure that dominant hill right there, dead center.
Mhm.
Hey, you're good to go, baby.
Good to go.
Yeah. I mean, you
Good.
could. I mean, no,
Bridge
dude, just
camp.
center up.
Bridge
Well-
camp
well,
would be fun though.
You know what? Here's the deal. You do bridge camp considering that you don't have the information that we do, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't realize
that.
that whole entire center is open.
Yeah, I like that.
But if I had an inkling that it was, because it's totally possible with that hard shift down south, it's not unrealistic for an IGL, a nice savvy one, to say, hey, you know what, man, maybe this is wide open for us, and hey, it is.
It is. Rico Suave knows what's best. And talking about Suave, it looks like MEZEXIS actually full sending it across that bridge right into execute. We'll get back to that because there's a lot of action.
Hey!
Oh, we're going to get a nice little aerial here of it. Nice little view. Execute. What? Whoa. They had
What
the
happened?
up. They had the upper hand over here on this bridge. They were here first.
Nope. MEZEXIS is here now, and they're saying this is our house, Mr. Execute.
Oh no, Trick pushing up on the boulder. Most likely, yep, going to get the confirm. You hate to see this. This one just hurts. And now here comes WALLSTREETBETS zooming on through.
Hello.
Zooming right
See
towards
ya.
Jason, possibly. Oh no, Jason is also out of there. So Execute having the upper hand, getting caught off guard, losing one early on, and kind of losing the upper hand over here.
Not just kinda, Dave. They lost that upper hand.
Yeah, not kind of. You're
Real
right.
good.
You're right.
Yeah, so that one is not going to feel too good if you are one of these players here. Surprising to see, Dave. Surprising to see at this point these kind of decisions being made.
Shout out to MEZEXIS though. Talk about
Yeah.
a team that has been just
Take it to the bank.
improving day after day. Love to see them kind of coming to form almost, but coming back. Talking about popping up. Skills of Mine, man. Skills of Mine. We had that long podcast about them a couple of moments ago. 40 limbs, feeling good. That's already equivalent to a 4th place finish. Looks like they're up close and personal. Looking like they're gonna take a push. A fight with excuse right now.
Bomba! Get up! You got a nade, you got a molly, right? It should have been thrown already, buddy. So much happening, though. They actually missed that molly onto Rosh, the easy one. And Skills of Mine do end up recovering pretty well here with a nice shot onto X-Straight. And how is this player gonna survive this one?
No, what? No.
I mean,
No,
if you would have got that knock, I would have. Oh my gosh, Dave. I am not
Rosh
playing with you. I'm not playing with you. If you would have got that knock, I would have never believed in Skills of Mine again.
Jukes, we're having fun, man. Don't forget.
No, we're vibing,
We're
we're
having
vibing.
fun.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
we're having
you're
fun.
pushing the
I'm sorry.
open, jumping up and down. We're having fun here, man.
Let's go, baby. PMPL North America.
Well, it did work out for them. Almost a throw, though. It was a coin flip, not going to lie. It was a coin flip.
Okay.
Rosh almost had it in the bag. Fortunate for Skills of Mine. They were able to take them out and look good while doing it. Over here, though, the Golden Eagles, the Kakas of PMPL, only down to just the duo. They got 3 kills, 3 limbs in the pocket here, but they need to take out Jason. The last one alive for Execute here, Hot Jukes.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Jason. Just having fun, dude. In his vehicle, chilling, listening to some tunes. Not a worry in the world. Nate is taking down K19. This is what I'm talking about, man. Look at that. Beowulf, not even worried about Jay. Oh, you heard it now.
Jason literally just
Theo.
sat there, healed and left.
Theo. And I'm
Oh.
out of there. Out of there.
Out
Out
of
of there.
Just, you know,
Outta
casually. Oh.
There you go,
Execute,
Jason.
man. Really having a rough go at things here on this map.
Hey.
But Jason's still alive. So they're still in it. And we didn't see the bridge camp on the west side, but we got a bridge camperino here on that east side. Skills
Bridge
of Mind and
camperoni.
team mobility.
That's my question. This squad has definitely been struggling so far this tournament, but I have seen some flashes of life. So I'm not giving up on them, that's for sure. I know a lot of people out there have a lot of hype for this squad, so I'm interested to see how they finish this tournament. Nice shots down the way as they're holding this bridge. Eventually, they got to commit to going wherever the zone's going to go. Is he going to go north into the water or south? Most likely south.
Most likely. In my life, we've only had one. Remember that one water finish?
One water zone? That was the best.
It cannot believe that happened. It finished in the water. Like, I've never seen that in my lifetime. And I haven't seen it since. I think maybe it happened one other time, but that was insane. Looks like the next zone did hardship once again. So all those bridge camperinos over there.
Oh.
And all the teams on the northern
side. What are you doing? What are you doing running into your own Molotov squad? I mean, that was intentional. He's just having fun.
Oh. On Ying. DBS. A load one right there. Taking him down and the flush. The Chosen.
Too good.
Ramping up. We were talking about the Panthers all evening long. They lost their roar. They've been declawed here, Hot Jukes, this week. Not what you like to see.
Go on.
Now just scared kitty cat kittens, some would say.
Yeah.
Really passive. Really passive, and it has not been working in their favor.
All right, Dave. Well, for the final prediction of today, who is gonna get the chicken dinner here, Dave?
Well,
who's gonna be?
Let me just look at my map. Let me look at how many players are alive. Let me look who most likely won't fight anybody anytime soon, and let me also look who isn't stacked up in a shack. As for, I'm going with Hot Jukes, and this one is a spicy one. And Hyper.
And Hyper. I don't think it's spicy at all. I don't think it's spicy at all. I think it is an obvious choice. I am going with none other.
Drum roll.
Than
drum roll.
Angry Amateurs, baby. Let's go. Spicy picks for the evening. They have the position. I believe in them. They now have the Hot Jukes caster blessing. Don't let me down, boys.
Okay, listen, I'm going for more spice then. I'm going for a team that's in the water swimming. The Chosen. The Chosen aren't even on land right now. Yeah, they have 4 limbs, but they're not even on land. They're in the water. Okay, Hot Jukes. They got to storm the beach. And Hyper is on the beach, by the way, looking in that direction. So that is spice, all right? That's spice, man.
That's spice right there. That's the spice, and I love it. That's a spice and meatball, as the good old Aunt Mommy would like to say, you know? Oh, my goodness. Who is going to win this one? Angry Amateurs. 2-2 split. Why?
Love it. I love it. What do you mean why?
Because.
Because?
Because.
Because. Why not?
Better. That's right.
Why not? Look at that. You got that little window. You know what I'm saying? We're chilling, man. We got the little window. We are chilling. Why not, Hot Jukes?
Cameron Davis and 7WG with the fake out. Just want to make sure that their predictions
waiting for Circle 5.
Waiting for Circle 5. Our predictions are already in. They are waiting for the zone shift. I mean, heck, they need it. They need it.
Yeah, they need it.
They need it.
Meanwhile, my squad's still swimming. Love to see it.
With Hyper QZZ. Look at that. Beep, beep, beep. Scanning, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Just look
exactly, dude.
Oh,
and
my
they don't even
God.
get the circle.
Oh, no. It's
right
not
into the
looking
Golden
good.
Eagles with the BB radar. Exactly. Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. Like a
look at your squad. Hey, the 2-2 split. One of the duos.
Why?
In the next zone. In it.
You know why. That's why.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like they have a decent position and you want all 4 up to protect your back just in case of a push. But hey, you know what? 2-2 split. Why not, dude? Why not?
Looking at some other squads that might be in a little mix here very shortly. Wall Street Bets, I do like their spot. MEZEXIS still awfully grouped up, and I believe in that the concrete little shack.
Here we
But
go.
we'll get
The
back
2-2
to that
split.
because the Angry Amateurs, let's see if they can capitalize on their
Oh
split
my
over here.
gosh.
Both going to be zooming on right by.
Imagine if you had 3 in this shack. You know what I'm saying? You had one person covering this angle, the other one, you know, behind you. I mean, that would have been beautiful, but instead you go with the 2-2 split because why not, dude? All right, it looks like we do have all the predictions in. Hopefully we'll see it here on the screen here shortly. I'm wondering what Cameron Davis and Seven have picked.
Cameron went with MEZEXIS.
Okay.
Seven went with WALLSTREETBETS.
Oh, all right. Bold picks from both these teams. You see it right there on the screen, everybody. Put in your predictions in the chat. See if you are going to get it right. As the Chosen are now shooting people all over the place. QZZ catching them slipping as well. What can the Chosen do? They're out the water. This is your squad, Dave.
Yeah.
Fish out of the water.
QZZ definitely taking a lot of shots over there. And to make matters worse, the Golden Eagle is right over on top of that hilltop, waiting, laying the trap. But look at this. Look how professional the Chosen.
Oh my
look
gosh.
how professional this team is. The smoke
Looking
tunnel
good.
to block the sight lines from the radar of QZZ over there on the beach line. And now they're up close and personal with the Golden Eagles, baby. The Golden Eagles down to just one. Beowulf lead peeking with the AKM. Reload right there. But the Chosen aren't done yet, huh, Jukes?
Nice one there from Beowulf. Can he hold this nade, though? Can he hold this nade? He can. He can hold that nade. He's going to throw another, a nade of his, from himself. He's got one left in the chamber. Now he's looking at those boxes right there. Yep, yeah, he's coming for him. Looking for a little bit more utility. He is in a much more dangerous grenade area, though. Ooh, as that vehicle bounces up in the air. Yeah, Beowulf is Anying. He don't miss these. Yes, he does. Stellar don't, though. Stellar does not. Golden Eagles, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
What a squad, huh? What a pick. What a pick.
What a pick, dude. What a pick. Oh, my goodness, Dave.
Yeah.
Could this be it? Could this be it?
Hey,
Angry Amateurs?
They're grouped up.
Finally.
They're grouped up.
Grouped up together. Look at that.
One
You must
big
have heard my
happy
voice.
family.
Come on, Zone. Go to the left. Go to the left.
Yeah, go to the left.
Man.
Go to the left. Go to the left. You know you want
Go
to.
to the left. You want to go to the left so bad, don't you?
Yeah.
Don't you?
Oh,
not there. Not onto MEZEXIS and Wall Street Bets. This is why they put their picks in late.
I'm sorry to tell you, Jukes, but I think my team might destroy your team here.
No, Throw seems
you think
to be
Hyper
more...
are going to fight the Chosen up north, or do you think the Chosen...
No, I think Amateur is going to take out the Chosen.
Oh, okay.
Easy.
The thing is, Hyper know there's some teams up here because they were taking shot. QZZ was shooting them moments ago. Going to be looking in this direction. I'm just waiting to see which route the Chosen opt to push. Now, Hyper leapfrogging, now going to be within those compounds right there on the smidge of the north. But we'll get back to that because the Angry Amateurs making some moves here.
Let's go, baby. Angry Amateurs, they are here to play, baby. As they are pushing up on to Skills of Mine, and he's out of there. Out of there. And looking for a position to zone. That's not the way. That is not the way, my friend.
Dude, they're gaming. They're pushing onto MEZEXIS. They're pushing.
Let's go.
Onto
MEZEXIS. Let's go. Baby. That's how you do it. That's what I like to see. Way to go, MEZEXIS. Just better. You know what? I think
having fun, man.
Having fun, dude. That's what I like to see, dude. Vibing.
You gotta give it to them, though. They got heart on Juice. We talk about that all the time.
They got that heart. Hey, if you're gonna go out, that's how you do it. As a squad, together, holding hands.
Exactly. Blaze of glory. Oh, man. That was something else here. I'm trying to...
That's my highlight moment.
Give them. That's your standout moment for the $500.
That's my standout moment right there.
No.
Hey.
No. All right, man. Yes. Relax, dude. Relax. MEZEXIS looking good for Cameron Davis. I thought from a moment, Wall Street Bets were going to try to make a move happen. It looked like they were thinking about it when they saw that crash from the Angry Amateurs, but they saw how quickly it was done. So instead, they opted to stay within the safety and comfort of their compound. Meanwhile, Trick taking some shots with the M4 through the smoke on the BOPE down there. Okay. Okay.
BOPE dope and Hyper still alive. None of us bet on in Hyper. Surprisingly. Even though they have...
Well, I did, and then I changed it, remember? Because I wanted to match your spicy factor.
That is correct. The spicy factor was in play.
Yeah, you got to, man. Game 5, you got to.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of wanted to pick Team Mobility as well.
Yeah, I know. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you were going to pick them.
It was in the guts.
Yeah, they're looking good, but
they're
the
not
thing
looking
is...
good. They're going out in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Wall Street Bets should be looking over here, right? Definitely.
28.
Somebody.
25. 20.
We're getting in a buggy with missing 2
15.
tires, and we're getting in the back of that. Okay.
14.
Respect the play.
10.
They're pushing, dude.
9.
They are pushing.
8. 7.
They are pushing. Oh, there's that little window we were talking about earlier on. Coming in clutch, looking at the duo on the buggy, missing 2 tires. At least they're able to make it to that dip, toss a little smoke, but right from behind, QZZ doing a little bit of investigating. QZZ caught off guard right there, Hot Jukes.
Goodbye, the mullet legend. We have not talked about him enough. Surviving, now gonna go out to the blue zone. Nice shots, Versa. You did get QZZ.
And you strategically denied the point. Oh, almost.
Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe he did. Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. D did not like that.
Yep. Now, D, looking through the little window, is going to see 3 different teams through the window. We'll get back to that because Jason, taking out on the rotate, trying to get into the zone. Meanwhile, the Chosen still going to be holding down the back end of that shack, trying to avoid the sight lines from N-Hyper and D09.
Is he on time with these shots? Anying is onto Rin. Beautiful angle there. Oh my gosh, the Chosen pick? The Chosen pick might be the one, Dave. They have the shack.
They have the shack.
They have eliminated N-Hyper. Actually, it was Clown from MEZEXIS who got him. They have the shack.
The thing is, D09 has the window. You know what I'm saying? D09 has this little window and doesn't have to move. Same thing with MEZEXIS. We were talking about neighbors. These 2 teams need to be friendly neighbors and just take out everybody else before pushing each other. Honestly, that's all they need to do.
Gotta be neighbors. Yep, this is the right play. We talked about this. I talked about it earlier. This is the best strategy. Don't even look at each other. Both of y'all fight everybody on the outside. Once they're all gone, then you turn around and fight each other. Yeah. That is the way you win tournaments. We see it at the highest level. In the globals, this is done, everybody. So don't be like, why did they fight each other? Because it's dumb. You know, the chances of dying and going out earlier is just so much. Share the real estate. Focus on everybody else. Get those points and soak them up while you can.
Yeah, because a 4th place, that's only 4 points, you know, and that's what you are potentially risking, making that push to flush out your friendly neighbor right there. So
yeah,
might as well just farm the lobby from the safety and comfort. Meanwhile, sitting on the couch eating popcorn, you know, watching what's on the TVs.
There you go. Check on your neighbors. Just want to check on the neighbors real quick to say, hey, you know what? Just in case in a few minutes, just want to make sure to know where you're at. You know, that is the right. That is not the right play.
That went out.
Oh, it went out? Okay, it looked like it bounced in for a second. I was kind of like, oh.
It was a close one. So, honestly, Team Mobility, I feel like, had a good shot. They had a good shot.
Ooh, you know what they didn't have, though?
2 tires.
The whole island, according to Relapse in the chat, talking about Execute.
Dude, Execute did have the whole island. They had the whole island. That is a fact. Thanks for pointing that out. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Relapse.
You Relapse here as it's going to come down to the wire, Hot Jukes.
Here we go. Here we go. Can Team Mobility pull off the neighborly shots, Dave?
Oh no.
Coming out.
We're friends.
the contract has been broken. That could open things up for both of these teams now.
Just a standstill, honestly.
The zone's going to close right now. The zone is about to close on everybody. It's going to be a absolute brawl.
Yeah. And
Here
with
we go.
that in mind, I'm actually favoring the teams not in the circle or in the houses because they're going to probably vault out the window, right? And that's going to leave a slight window, an opportunity.
All your first aid should have been passed off right now. All your first aid should have been passed off to at least one player in that building.
Crazy is in a great spot. I love this spot. Oh my goodness.
Gosh. Is the
no,
chosen?
no.
Yeah, yep.
Ah. Dude, the one window.
You need the
Underestimating
points.
it.
Trey, wide out in the open. The chosen eliminated. So is them. It's going to be either Cameron Davis or 7WG correct with the final prediction of the day. The neighbor contract broken. No longer friendly. Drake
MEZEXIS
piecing them
still
up.
4, moving together as a unit here. Oh, the drop shot!
Drake, gotta hit these. I don't think he sees them.
Oh,
It's all over. Wall Street Bets win the final game of week 2, day 2.
Winner, chicken dinner, not having to move a muscle for 20 minutes, but saving it up for the very end right there, Hot Jukes. Coming out on top here, the final match of the evening. That was one heck of a military island ending. Pretty exciting stuff right there. Man, the Chosen and Hyper, they were up there in the north. Let's see some stats here, Hot Jukes.
Wall Street Bets, 2,000 damage. Oh, that was all neighborly damage too. 10 eliminations. Beautifully done for them. Nice way to clutch out that win. I mean, at the end of the day, they picked the right building. That's really what it was about. They picked the right building. The zone went there, and it was just theirs to win it.
In it to win it. And here is your match report for game number 5. Baby, awning up here with one grenade elimination, staring in my eyes saying, Dave, listen, I'm sorry we didn't get the win, but you know what? The Chosen, you had a great day. Do not be hard on yourself. I love the action that they brought in here today, Hot Jukes.
And you know what I love? Angry amateurs, guys. That is how you get it done. Can't wait to see what you do in the future. Thanks, everybody. Well, that's Hot Jukes and Dave. Let's take it on over to the desk to wrap things up.
Cam, ask me why I picked Wall Street Bets.
7. Why did you pick Wall Street Bets?
Well, earlier, I said I needed to go down to San Antonio to just drink the exact same Monster Energy that Hot Jukes was drinking. My fiance, nicely enough, she actually brought me a Monster Energy early on, and I drank it, and look at that. That's what happens. You start picking people right. By the way, shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner.
You throw the can away? Where is it? Show us.
I can't show you. I can't show you.
Okay.
Yeah. I chugged it. I went, and then
crushed it.
It disappeared. Yeah. You know, back to my college days, even though I didn't go to college. Yeah, baby. Let's look at that match ranking real quick. Because you were very close to also getting the right team, except at the end. I mean, Sonic being able to get that angle was amazing.
Yes.
He had that for a while, too.
Exactly, yeah. He was hanging out there, really playing quiet because he had his one job of just watching that eastern angle. Because the rest of the other two members of Wall Street Bets, they were just watching the north. They had a couple angles from there. He was watching the east and really just sort of being a backup plan just in case things went south. But if he didn't get that two-piece at the end against MEZEXIS, even though that compound that Wall Street Bets had, the northern building of it, was better, they can just hide out in there, if he got knocked without getting any knocks in return, the 4 versus 2 MEZEXIS could have potentially just steamrolled over it. So him getting that double knock was basically not the win condition, but it was like the big sort of clutch play for them to guarantee and confirm that win after picking up a fair number of elimination points as well.
Yeah, I feel like you're not going to say it. I'm going to say I felt like that actually ended up getting that win. Him being able to get those 2 players from MEZEXIS because they had Stone coming in. It was going to be super difficult for them. By the way, and Hyper being able to close out a day with great points as well, 11 points. And I'm going to go down a little bit. Skills of Mine, 7 points. Not bad. The Panthers, too, a team that we've been wanting to see more out of, for Panthers to at least be able to collect those 5 eliminations points. That's going to be good for them.
Yeah, still low on placement, so I can't chalk too much of it. And Skills of Mine, remember, they got 4 of those elimination points at a minute 0 hot drop. So again, after it's good to get those 4 in the hot drop, but still weren't able to do much in the game itself because the hot drop's kind of like its own separate engagement, and then you can play the real game. But Execute, okay. But also the reason why these numbers look so bad on the second page is because the zone was a Sanhok zone, but it wasn't really. The transition from the main island to Sanhok is incredibly difficult, especially when it's pushed as late as this one was. So as bad as this might look for a number of these teams, you can't fault them too hard because that transition over is just incredibly brutal.
Yeah, and for me, sorry once again, Hot Jukes, I took your Monster Energy. Angry Amateurs, his pick only ends up with 1 elimination points. They fully said that it didn't end up working out for them. By the way, Puppeteer, 0 points there. Metaphor, 0 points. You mentioned just difficult rotations for a lot of these teams. By the way, before we go to any MVPs, any of that, I want to see the overall. I want to see how dominant and Hyper actually was today, because remember, YKG didn't have one of the best performances so far today, and Execute was actually able to put up some good performances. I want to see if they were maybe able to pass YKG in the overall, or if there weren't. Any guesses? Any guesses, Cam? You think they passed?
Because I already know the answer. Yeah, YKG actually slipped down to 3rd place on week number 2. That just, I think it more shows how good Execute have been, and then of course how amazing and Hyper are continuing to be. So this is fantastic for Execute specifically, because we know Hyper, they're going to be getting those bonus points. We know YKG are going to have a good chance with the bonus points. Execute, I believe, are coming out of week 1 with 1 bonus point. So if they can answer back and get at least 5 from 3rd place or 6 from 2nd this week, then we can start to include them in the conversation more often with Hyper and YKG on not just being a strong team in the region, but also having that head start that you want going into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what that team is going to be doing in day 3. By the way, I got to give the Chosen a big shout out, because coming into today, they were in 12th place. And for them, like Dave was saying, they even though they didn't get that chicken dinner like he wanted them to, they still had an amazing performance, being able to now get those placement points that I was kind of questioning earlier. And on top of that, being able to back it up with those elimination points, currently sitting at 60. And I'm going to go down a little bit more. Another pleasant surprise to be seen here is WALLSTREETBETS. Being able to get that chicken dinner is going to push them up at least within the top 5. And this is exactly where they want to be sitting.
Yeah, Phoenix, Dope Slayers, a couple of teams that might have had a really poor day 1. I'm really curious on what the overall is going to be with all this mix-up, but we do still have this entire week to go through. MEZEXIS, I've picked them up a fair bit as well. However, keep in mind, this middle section that we're seeing from 5th place down to 12th is fairly close in overall total points. So we still have 3 days of play this week to really see how that continues to advance, how that continues to even up. But Skills of Mind being so close to breaking out of double digits is huge.
It really is. And for me, a big surprise, I'm going to go down even more. Super Lazy Reflex. This team started off the day in 8th place. It's the completely opposite of what the Chosen was able to do. Super Lazy Reflex kind of starting to show again flashes of what we saw in week 1, and that's not good to see. Hopefully with the day off that we are going to be having, maybe they'll be able to go back to what they were able to do in that day 1, because they did have some great plays. I want to see that out of them. And same with Golden Eagles. I mean, we're talking about them earlier. Golden Eagles is just nowhere to be seen, and I'm sure they are not happy currently sitting in 18th place.
I mean, I wouldn't be either, honestly.
Yeah,
I would not be either. No, and especially after week 1, they know what performances they can deliver. Is it a fluke at this point? I mean,
no,
maybe
I'm not willing to call it just
that.
yet. Okay, I'm not willing to call it just yet.
That's going to be in the back of the mind at this point, because they were unable to rally in these first 2 days. And so if they're still unable to get back close to their week 1 form, that mental is going to be a very, very hard thing to sort of fight against. It's gonna start to be creeping at the back of their mind and just like subconsciously reminding themselves, like, hey, maybe that was all a fluke, and maybe you are just a really bad team.
I'm hoping it doesn't go that way because I did enjoy the way that team was playing, the way they were able to defend certain situations. They worked so well as a team in week 1, and I think that's the main thing that stuck with me even to this point, even after the bad performances that they have had in the last 2 days. Golden Eagles, please, come on, show us the greatness, or not the greatness, but you know what I mean, the great plays that you guys were able to do in week 1. But now, it's MVP time. Don't be cheating, Cam. Don't be cheating. Look directly at the camera.
Okay.
Any guesses? Any guesses? I like how you have to cover down there. It has to be somebody from Hyper. It has to.
I kind of just want to go kindness again.
Oh, okay. You go kindness, I'll go QZZ.
Okay. I refuse to pick QZZ still from yesterday. I'm still burned by that.
The car play? Is that why? Oh, let's go.
It was the card play, but hey, he's able to make up for it, I guess. Okay, I forgive you.
Yes. I'll take an extra point production. Thank you very much.
Don't give him that.
6 to the Oh wow! Actually,
Anya, of course,
place.
That would have been the obvious choice.
That is actually great performance, and this was something we were kind of talking about when we were watching the matches too. Anying, from what we saw, especially during the weekend when you weren't here, this was a player that started popping off for the Chosen when the Chosen started to actually do really well. And it's good to see that today, when the Chosen was able to make a big comeback and get a bunch of points, Anyi is also performing.
Yeah, exactly. But to look at the difference between QZZ and Anying just shows, granted, when you're on a team that is performing, you have better opportunities to get more numbers for yourself. It's sort of a snowball effect in that way. So these numbers do not mean that QZZ is like 1.5 times the player or twice the player that Anying is. However, it is still, you still have to put up the numbers when the opportunities come to you, and QZZ is showing that he's able to do so as long as he's not in a buggy trying to full send as a solo against trying to throw the game.
I think you learned, okay? But actually, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see because he has done it twice. You weren't here for that other time. If not, you will be.
Oh, no.
Yesterday, you would have raged a lot more. We talked about MVP. Let's see who ended up being MVP out of the talent predictions. I think you might have a fair chance.
No, it's you. Are you kidding?
Ooh! Ladies and gentlemen, start drinking Monster Energy. Look at that. Hot Jukes and I, 60%. Let's go. I'll take that. Well, wait, 40%. Hey! Come on, Cam. Can't be mad at that. 40%?
No, it's good. It's good. But like 60%, come on. Like I got a lot to make up. I have a lot to make up. I just want to say I am so happy of Dave to not have 0%. I am so happy.
It's because he picked the exact same team.
It doesn't matter. Listen.
The Hudjux pick.
Listen, we want to focus. We want to focus on the positives here. We don't need to go into what had happened, why it happened, who, what, when, where, why, and none of that. None of that. We just want to focus on, like, growth.
A win's a win.
Yeah, a win's a win,
boys. I'm pretty sure. Just a heads up, by the way, Dave will probably end up beating us once the weekend comes. All right, he's gonna go back, do all the homework. He's gonna be talking to players. I'm glad we at least got a little bit of a lead.
I'm trying to celebrate now. That's why.
We're gonna end up being like that meme that I was talking about last time. We're gonna be that third place biting on the chain, and then Dave is just gonna be sitting in first place like, oh yeah. That's right. Well, let us know how your predictions did today. Make sure you use hashtag PMPL NA, and make sure you follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram. Thank you for everybody that's been watching on YouTube. The chat has been absolutely crazy. Sorry I didn't really get a chance to ask for predictions, but the matches were so good today, and I was actually getting surprised by so much that I just didn't have time to go to the chat. But we'll wait and see. By the way, we do have a day off tomorrow, so please show me the calendar so everybody will be able to mark it down. We will be back on the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd, coming back Friday. So make sure you mark that down. Cancel everything that you have. You better be here watching it. Tell your grandpa, tell your mom, tell everybody. We expect you guys to be here. Anything that surprised you today, Cam?
Honestly, okay. The real answer is Golden Eagles, but if I want to stay positivity, but Chosen and Execute.
Yes, that's right. I'm with you on that one. Golden Eagles, we're not going to talk about them. We're staying positive vibes.
You just mentioned them again. You didn't have to mention them a second time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who did we say? Yeah, that's right. I don't remember. But the Chosen, for them to be able to perform like that, for Onion to continue to perform like that, it's quite impressive for me. And I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be doing day 3. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to the end of week 2, day 2. Just day 2, all right? Still have more to come, so make sure you guys tune in. It's been your boy, Stone Worlds Gaming, Cameron Davis, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dip, and we'll see you guys Friday. Thanks for watching.